Good afternoon, Council. I'm being signaled that we are live, so I'd just like to begin the meeting by thanking our broadcast partners and our media partners who report on our meeting. Councillor Christian asked if he can have a brief moment to do a public update on a PUC matter, so we're going to grant him that indulgence, and then we'll get on with the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to draw everybody's attention to the PUC posting on their website and their public announcement. Tomorrow, there's a scheduled maintenance on the Shannon well, and for those of you that know, the Shannon well is the main source of water now after the Lorna well was closed. So there is going to be some scheduled maintenance, and on the announcement, PUC reminds us that once they bring the well online again, it disturbs the flow of water. There's a slight chance that there could be some brown water experienced. We don't like that, but of course we appreciate the fact that they're bringing it to our attention. So again, that'll be tomorrow morning between 8 and 9 is the scheduled maintenance. And PUC asks you to go to the website for instructions and certainly call customer service if there are any issues that occur. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Christian. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor and members of Council, under Agenda Item 1, adoption of minutes, a motion by Councillors Myers and Fata, resolved that the minutes of the regular Council meeting of 2017-01-23 be approved.
All in favour? Carried.
Under Agenda Item 3, declarations of pecuniary interest.
Councillor Nero?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Declare a conflict on Agenda Item 6.1.3, the Ministry of Labour field visit, as the item's a result of Fire Services realignment plan. My brother's employed by Fire Services Department.
Thank you, Councillor Nero. Any other councillors with a conflict? Thank you.
Under Agenda Item 4, approve agenda as presented. A motion by Councillors Myers and Bruni. Resolved that the agenda for the 2015-02-06 City Council meeting and addendum as presented be approved.
All in favour? Carried.
Mr. Mayor, members of Council, just prior to entering into proclamations and delegations, we do have a motion under Section 8, 8.1, and I know Councillor Myers is unable to be with us for the full meeting tonight. It's National Flag Day. A motion by Councillors Myers and Hupinen. Whereas February 15th, 2017 is Canada's National Flag Day, and whereas 2017 is an especially important time in Canada's 150th year history to recognize and honor the Flag Day of Canada, and whereas the Mayor's Committee on Canada 150 does wish to take part in the Canadian government's Share Your Moment with the Flag Challenge by posting a picture of Mayor Provenzano and members of City Council with the Canadian flag, and whereas the Mayor's Committee on Canada 150 would like to ask every Siouxite to also take part in the Share Your Moment with the Flag Challenge by posting a picture or video of you with the flag and inspire others to do the same. Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor and Council now proceed to share our moment with the flag as part of the Canada 150 Sharing Your Moment with the Canadian Flag Challenge.
Councillor Huppinen, did you want to speak to this?
No, actually, Councillor Myers, feel free, go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Myers?
I don't know how much voice I have. I'll mouth and you. Okay, Councillor Hoover and I, as you know, are co-chairing the Mayor's Committee on Canada 150, and really we just want to really encourage the community, as we've said in the resolution, to take some time, take some pictures with the Canadian flag. National Flag Day is February 15, and if you just Google National Flag Day, you'll see the information as to where you send the picture in. So let's send a lot of pictures from Sault Ste. Marie.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Thank you, Councillor Huppinen. Mr. Clerk?
Under Agenda Item 5.1, 211 Day, Gary Vipon, CEO, United Way, is in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Mr. Vipon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor Provenzano and members of Council. I'm here today to talk to you about 211 Day. 211, as I hope you all know, is a 3-digit phone number that helps Ontarians navigate the complex network of human services quickly and easily, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in over 100 languages. Ontario 211 Services is a nonprofit agency established to develop and govern the 211 system in Ontario. 211 is supported by the Province of Ontario and Green Shields Canada and is a proud partner of United Ways across the province. Through the partnership with 211 and investment in hundreds of community programs, United Ways in the province work to improve lives locally. The United Way of Sault Ste. Marie District provides funding for the collection of 211 data in Sault Ste. Marie and the Algoma District in partnership with the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Centre. And we have representatives from the Innovation Centre with us today. The Algoma District Social Services Administration Board and the Sault Ste. Marie District Social Services Administration Board provide funding to the 211 call center. Our partners ensure that the 211 service is run by skillful, trained individuals and that the database of all agencies is up to date. February 11th is 211 Day across North America. To mark this day, the United Way of Sault Ste. Marie District and 211 Ontario are asking residents to make the right call if they want or need help. We are asking community agencies and not-for-profit organizations to keep their records up to date. We are also asking everyone in our community to spread awareness about the 211 service. United Way staff will be at the Station Mall and the Cambrian Mall this Saturday, February 11th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. to answer questions about the 211 service. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Gary, we appreciate it, and we wish you the best of luck with the 211.
Thank you.
Under Agenda Item 5.2, Community Adjustment Committee, Gail Broad, Chair, Community Adjustment Committee, is in attendance to address Council.
Welcome to Council, Ms. Broad.
Thank you very much, Mayor Provenzano, members of Council, staff, and guests of the community. I'm very pleased to be reporting this evening about the progress of the Community Adjustment Committee over the last few months since we began our work in early September. I know that you have a very heavy agenda this evening, so just very briefly, the work that we've achieved over the last few months has really been focused on looking at best practice in other communities in terms of looking at how we can create or build towards a future for Sault Ste. Marie. And we've been working towards that. The Community Adjustment Committee has adopted as its goal a focus on strengthening the resilience of Sault Ste. Marie using a four-pillared approach, and that is reflective of best practice and is similar to a number of other communities across Canada that have been focusing their efforts there. So the four pillars are social equity, having an equitable community that's inclusive of all of our residents, environmentally sustainable. I think everybody can appreciate the need in these days of climate change that we have an environmentally sustainable community. A culturally vital community, as well as an economically diverse community. So those are the pillars that we are working towards as we develop a plan and a strategy. We've also been very cognizant of the fact that we need to be building the plan on the real reality of Sault Ste. Marie. And so we've been working very diligently to gather together evidence so that we can base decisions and recommendations on the evidence of where we are at right now, and of course setting some goals towards the future. So we are right now at a sort of a crucial stage of the committee's development where we have accumulated the facts. We think we know what the reality is. And our next stage in this is looking at our future state, establishing what the future state is. And so we're going to be embarking over the next several weeks. We're embarking on an invitation, extending an invitation to everyone in Sault Ste. Marie to participate with us as we identify what kind of a city we want 5 or 10 years down the road, and what some of the actions are that we need to take in order to get there. So that will be the focus of our work over the next 6 weeks or so, is really looking forward as opposed to establishing the basis for our work. And we will also be looking at an analysis of those various future states. What can we accomplish, again, based on the evidence that we have before us? So we want to share with you tonight a video from the website. The face that you're going to see here is quite familiar to all of you here. And we want to thank Mayor Provenzano for being our demonstrator for this evening. Most of the other folks who will be appearing in these various videos that will be attached to the website will be less well known to the community, but people who play very important roles in various aspects of things, ranging from health, education, through to social services, showing the diversity of the community, and looking at where we hope to go. So the video will show you. This is going to be a little highlight from our website, and on we believe that it will be going live on either Wednesday or Thursday of this week. So you'll be able to see the full range then of the work and the evidence that we've gathered today.
And this is my first time seeing this video. Welcome to the City of Sault Ste. Marie's Community Engagement Portal. We are happy you are here, we appreciate your interest, and we are very hopeful that you will share your thoughts and your ideas with us. I'm here to talk to you about our economy, and we have to be honest with ourselves. Sault Ste. Marie has some challenges. Despite our efforts to diversify, most of our economic well-being remains tied to the steel industry. SR Steel accounts for a large part of the total employment in our community, and thousands of additional jobs depend on its operation. This map shows our main industries in terms of their future growth potential. It indicates that the city's traditional economic drivers have largely plateaued or are in decline. This coincides with data that we've seen which suggests that higher paying manufacturing jobs are being replaced by lower paying service jobs. Check out the fact sheets that go with this video to get a better sense of the entire picture. There are also trends in other sectors that affect our economy. Our DSAB has reported a 37% increase in their caseload since 2007, and there is some troubling data in health, wellness, and education. There is legitimate concern about some of our children's ability to compete for the jobs of the future. If you check out the videos and reports on health and education, you'll see what I'm referring to. But in all of this, let's not lose sight of a very important fact. Although there are challenges, there's cause for optimism. We live in a tremendous, beautiful, and resilient community with great people. We believe that Sault Ste. Marie can have a healthy, growing economy, one that offers quality employment opportunities. We believe that our community can be healthier, better educated, and more socially connected. To achieve this vision, we need your help. We want to hear from you, and we encourage you to browse our website, download the reports, and watch the videos. Our community has tremendous potential, and we're looking for your comments, your ideas, and your suggestions to help realize that potential. I thank you very sincerely for taking the time and making the effort. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Just to reassure people, although the communications, the videos, and the website, of course, will be a key component of the community engagement strategy, we'll also be having a series of open houses, small workshops with some groups that may not otherwise come forward. And we look forward to folks contacting us for suggestions. If you have suggestions, please don't hesitate to come to us, and we'd be happy to work with you to facilitate hearing from folks in the community. So.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions of Ms. Broad? Seeing none, just for the community's benefit, when the website does go live, there are lots of fact sheets to review and reports you can look at to get a sense of what our current reality is. Lots of videos to watch that will kind of give you a sense of what the dynamics are, and then you can offer your feedback and your thoughts, and we look forward to hearing from you. So thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Under agenda item 5.3, Sault Ste. Marie Ratepayers Association, Lorna Rudolph and David Pollock are in attendance. As well, Council, there's an information report from myself on the agenda and on municipal act amendments, changes to municipal legislation. It's an information report, and some of the issues that the ratepayers may touch on may also be dealt with under that, so you're free to ask questions on both.
Okay, welcome to Council, Ms. Rudolph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen, fellow ratepayers, the Sioux Association of Ratepayers is here to speak tonight on Part 5 of the Municipal Act of 2001. 16 years ago, the provincial government, in an effort to promote transparency and accountability, granted the municipal councils in this province the power to create a code of conduct, appoint an integrity commissioner, appoint a municipal auditor general, a municipal ombudsman, and a lobbyist registry and registrar. We worked on this concept for 6 months before we requested to speak to council on August the 10th of 2016. At that point in time, the deputy clerks advised us we should address our request to a committee to review the code of conduct that was formed on August 22nd. We don't know if the committee has met, though we did ask Councilman Shoemaker to consider the addition of members of the public to the committee. We wish to ask this council to raise the bar and with due diligence begin the process of discussion of the offices the provincial government has made available for better governance of all Ontario municipalities. The motion we are looking to this council to move, second and pass, is that a committee of members of council, the city clerk, members of staff, members of the public be established and the committee be authorized to gather all information and consultation data specifically on the topics and provide a proposed bylaw to council on the topics of the code of conduct, an integrity commissioner, a municipal ombudsman, an auditor general, a lobbyist registry and registrar, the costs of same and whether they should be full or part-time, and any relevant duties and forms to be associated with the officers hereinbefore named. We are aware that the proposed changes to the Municipal Act, as outlined by Mr. White, and working on the premise that it is better to be prepared so that if and when changes come, we have done our due diligence by research and consultation so that change is well considered and thoughtful. Madam Justice Bellamy stated what should be included in codes of conduct, and those are located at Schedule C of the Toronto Code of Conduct. She said the code should be monitored vigilantly to ensure they provide appropriate guidance. I presume everyone here has read the sections of the Municipal Act and are aware of the duties and responsibilities of the offices mentioned in the transparency and accountability sections of Part 5 of the Municipal Act. Over 38 municipalities had integrity commissioners before the mandatory legislation in the amendments to the Municipal Act was even proposed. We're requesting that council and staff investigate the possible benefits of these offices for our city and the cost, and we're asking that the public as well as council members and staff be appointed to the Code of Conduct Committee. So we're basically asking this council to move and second the motion that I've stated. We are asking for public participation on the Code of Conduct and full consultation re offices mentioned in the legislation. We understand this topic is not exciting, but it is important to consider the good governance and risk management of this community. Democracy only works with public participation and when we work at it. The legislation gives us the tools, and we are asking they be used to afford ourselves the advantages it could give us. We are only asking for process and discussion. We are not asking for any appointment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rudolph. I should note that the motion that you presented to the clerk was attached to the addendum, so the council does have access to that motion.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Rudolph while she's up? If not, we have, the clerk has a report on also, so if you have questions of him, Councilor Shoemaker, you're signaling. Thank you, Ms. Rudolph. If something does come up, we'll call you back. Councilor Shoemaker, we'll start with you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the city clerk, in your report it says that under the heading Integrity Commissioners, all municipalities will need to provide citizens with access to an integrity commissioner. What can we expect to hear back? I presume we'll have a report on actually getting an integrity commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, one of the difficulties with giving you a report at this time is we've been advised that these changes will come with the legislation. We haven't seen the actual wording of the legislation. It's still working its way through. We have checked with the ministry to see if they could give us some sort of timeline as to when we could expect the final changes. They can't give us that timeline yet, so we're somewhat hesitant to say exactly what we will be facing. It is apparent, though, that with the changes, whereas an integrity commissioner was prior to this an optional appointment for a municipality, it appears now it will be a required appointment. The form of the appointment is probably being left open to municipalities, so especially for smaller municipalities, they can cost share by appointing a joint integrity commissioner.
And that was sort of my next question. I did meet with Ms. Rudolph and Mr. Pollock, I don't know, a couple months ago, and they had mentioned the proposal of cost sharing and integrity commissioner. Is it something we have or will canvass with our neighboring small municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, yes, that those discussions have already started with myself and the area clerks, and we're all still waiting to see the exact form of the amendments to before we go forward.
Okay, makes sense. So I guess we'll see on that when the legislation's finalized.
Yes, we did feel that the proposed changes are broad enough and important enough that we should give you a heads-up report at this time. However, we are waiting to see the exact details.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anything further for the clerk? Do we have anything further from council on this matter? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, under agenda item 5.4, Civic Center recladding, Mark Lusick of Morrison Hirschfield and Jeff Miller, RDH Architects, concerning agenda item 7.3.1 are in attendance. Under agenda item 7.3.1, Civic Center recladding, reported the Director of Engineering is attached for the consideration of council, and a motion by Councillors Myers and Bruni. Resolved that the report of the Director of Engineering concerning Civic Center recladding be received, and the recommendation to proceed to design and tender of option C, Civic Center, provision of new glazing and aluminum curtain wall system with aluminum composite panels be approved.
Okay, maybe, gentlemen, if you could introduce yourself for the council here, and we know who each one of you are, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. So, my name's Mark Lusick. I'm with Morrison Hirschfield. We're the prime consultant, so I'm just going to introduce briefly, and then there's a presentation that's following.
Okay.
I'm with Morrison Hirschfield. We're the prime consultants on this project, working closely with RDHA architects, as well as STEM engineering locally. I wanted to say that, I grew up in Sault Ste. Marie, and I remember the original Civic Center going up, and it's important to me personally. And I know that RDHA are the original architects for this building. So it's important for them too, and obviously for STEM too. So I think RDHA have done a fantastic job with these different options. They've given it the consideration that it warrants as a building. It's an important building. I remember Roger Caron saying to us, and I know this anyways, it's on postcards. So that's kind of our, one of the mandates is to make sure that the new building remains on postcards. It's an important building in the Soo. So all I wanted to do was encourage you to give the consideration that it's due. And with that, I was going to introduce Jeff Miller from RDHA, who's the architect. We're the engineers. You don't want my opinion on
Thank you.
aesthetics.
Welcome to council, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. And Mayor Provenzano and members of council. As Mark pointed out, we at RDHA, my partners and I, were really happy and excited to take on this project, not only because it's a very interesting design to dive into, to reclad a building like this, but also because we have the professional and personal connection to it. It was before my time that it was originally designed, but we all know the history of this building in our office. We began working with Morrison Hirschfield and city staff last summer to get to know the building better. We spent a lot of time looking at it in detail, both in plans and here in person, getting a sense of how it's been wearing over the years and what needs to change. I'll just touch on kind of the overall components that we're talking about here when we talk about a recladding project. The skin of the building currently is made up of mainly all of the solid paneling you see on these images is a porcelain enamel metal panel. And this is from 1974. I think it was originally all installed. These are all the original materials with the exception of a few replacements. Ribbon windows with that gold tinted glass you see, which the gold tint was for a bit slightly better kind of energy performance, but it's very hard to replicate nowadays. And then some curtain wall on that central atrium that you see in the middle of the photo, which is this kind of garden atrium just outside the chambers here. So we identified a number of issues that have come up over the years with all of these materials. There are both aesthetic and performance problems. There's some water infiltration. There's some insulation that has deteriorated, corrosion, fading paint, and bits of damage here and there. It's getting to an age where a lot of these things simply need to be replaced. In addition, it's very hard to maintain, and in a lot of cases, very hard to find replacements for these original materials that look the same. So the goals of this recladding project are to improve the energy performance and the sustainability of the building, bring it up to date in those respects, improve the user comfort in the building, eliminate some of these maintenance difficulties, and renew the image of the Civic Center for the 21st century. So in working with city staff and with Morrison Hirschfield, we generated 3 initial options that are labeled A, B, and C in this presentation, 3 ways we could approach this recladding. And our goal with all of them was to do 2 things, to make the building, in terms of aesthetics, to make the building feel a little more transparent, a little lighter, more contemporary, and in some ways to kind of simplify and pare down the form a little bit, which would be a kind of more contemporary approach to the design problem, in addition to all of the technical challenges that I mentioned. So I'll run through these 3 options, and then a 4th one, which was kind of a hybrid that we generated more recently after some discussion with city staff. The first, and this is a view from the plaza just outside here, essentially the north face of the building. First involves replacing all of the ribbon windows and the metal panels around 3.5 really sides of the building, all the river facades, and this kind of northeast facing facade on the right side of the image. All of those panels and ribbon windows with a new curtain wall system. And then introducing this gold-colored screen, which is a perforated metal material that would wrap around the council chambers and then turn up the face of the building and would form a kind of iconic gesture on the building that does a number of things. It provides a reference to the original gold-colored windows. We wanted to kind of speak to the original look of the building while doing something new. Hides some of these mechanical units that are actually on the top of the council chambers behind this screen, and provides this kind of new vertical element on the facade that faces the city and can be used as almost a kind of billboard for kind of messages to the city. The river view, like all the options, we really worked to kind of simplify the building form a little bit, which was just a somewhat more kind of contemporary approach than what's there now. But it's all new curtain wall, much more high performing. These are the south and west facades where we really need this, the new envelope to cut down on glare and heat gain in the building. There's some elevations included in the package. I won't get into detail, but these were what we generated for the costing of each option. A second option is somewhat similar on those three sides of the building where we have the ribbon windows. We introduced actually a slightly different approach, which was to put in similar window system, but in front of those introduce a vertical exterior sun shading system on the building, which would help to control this heat gain and glare, especially around those south and west facing facades that you're seeing here facing the river. And the screen gesture, again, is very similar to what I described before, simply in a different color. On that main garden atrium in facade in all of these options, we're essentially retaining the framing that is there now just above us for the window system, but putting on all new, more transparent and better performing glass. A third option, option C, is really more in keeping with what's there now, using much more transparent, higher performing, obviously, glazing around the building, replacing all those dark colored metal panels with a newer composite aluminum panel. And what that is a much lighter, more modern technique for doing essentially the same thing, and in a white material, which feels a little more kind of up to date, really trying to do something different that looks lighter on the city skyline. And then the river view again. And finally, a fourth option. This was just generated very recently in the last week or two, and that's kind of hybridizing the option C and option B, so introducing this screen back into what essentially is a recladding of the whole building as an option C. Now, we also developed for our kind of internal use and for this costing exercise a number of technical drawings of the wall systems and how we would replace the cladding for each option. And these were sort of, I don't expect everyone to familiarize yourselves with these or to get into detail, but these helped us to nail down all the technical issues. And we did talk a bit about the construction method, and the interesting thing here is that we believe we could probably cut down on the disturbance to the building and potentially the cost of construction by assembling the new glass facade system on the outside of the building without removing the existing windows first, and only bring in and install those new windows from the inside once the building is completely reskinned. And that's something that has been done over the last 10 years or so. It's become a more common technique for these recladding type projects. We also had a cost estimator do a very high level, what we call a Class D cost estimate for all four options. They range between 6.5 million and 9.3 million. So with option B, the one with those vertical sunshades on the outside of the building, being the most expensive, and option C, the one without the screen in front, being the least expensive. And finally, we looked a little bit at the project schedule of construction. We outlined three options in sort of terms of, I guess you'd say, schedule aggressiveness. You could start as early as this fall and construct through the winter. Most contractors are happy to do that these days. To finish around March of 2018. You could start this fall and take a winter break, finishing in summer of 2018, or defer installation until next year, also finishing within the year. We envision this project taking around a full construction season, so 6 to 8 months. And that covers the material for our presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Councilor Bruni? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the refurbishing of this, is there a cost savings, for instance, heating, et cetera?
Yes, it's hard to establish exactly what that would amount to, but there should be a substantial cost savings for maintenance and operation over the years. All of the materials we're talking about here would be quite a bit better insulating than what you have now.
But an estimate hasn't been provided? Or?
No, not at this stage. We're a little too early in the process for that.
So I guess my final question,
I think he's.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add one thing, is that the original system did do a reasonably good job of being thermally efficient. I think the majority of the savings would be in the maintenance, replacement, and fixing leaks and things like that, and repainting and resecuring panels. All of those, should be cost-free for 20 years or more.
So if this project was delayed by a year or two, will the building continue to deteriorate or stay as is, et cetera?
Sure. There wouldn't be that big of a downside to delaying it a few years. The immediate concern, we actually did an investigation on this project, not related to this specific replacement project, but we did the investigation earlier. The panels that are there are in pretty poor condition. They look decent, but on the backside, they're kind of rusting and some of the supports are going. So that's the risk, is that every year we delay it, there's a risk that panels could fall. So by doing our due diligence and checking to make sure that there's no indications, we could resolve that risk and delay it a few years, I think, but you wouldn't want to do it indefinitely.
I got one other question. If we did it in two parts, the cladding first, and would we be able to wait a few years to do the windows, or is there cost savings there?
I doubt you would see a cost savings with that option because it introduces so much complexity into the staging of the process.
Because the windows are being installed from the inside, so.
No, that's not quite right. The replacement system will be a curtain wall where the windows and panels are one system. So we couldn't, with the current design that's being proposed, we couldn't replace the windows separately from the panels. The way it's built now, we could have, if we followed that same design. But the modern way to do this is with a curtain wall where the wall is one assembly.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
On that same line of questioning, it seems to me whenever something isn't done and we kick it out down the road, this is an expensive project that I would expect would likely get more expensive with time, would it not?
Yes, you'd see some escalation every year, yeah.
Okay, can I have Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think my question will be towards Jake, representing the Chief Financial Officer. On the matter of the finances, this is under our asset management plan, which we've approved to go forward. I guess the question is there an impact on our levy, or is this already contained within the levy going forward in our asset management plan? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Jake.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. In the 2017 capital budget, Council approved $5 million debenture for this, as well as $1.5 million coming out of the asset management reserve. So it's already taken into account.
So there's no future impact at this time on the levy. We've already contained it.
It's already been contained in the 2017 levy, yes.
And I think that I need to take this opportunity to again say what my friend beside me might say. This is the kind of thing that we're in a great position to do as Sault Ste. Marie because of our financial situation in terms of our ability to debenture. And this is the kind of thing that we have to do, and there's employment that would go with this. I haven't heard that in the report, but is there any guesstimate as to what employment there might be related to this? We talked about a mini stimulus plan, so a project like this goes right into that. Mr. Mayor, is there any information on that aspect?
I'll pass it off to the CEO, and he can handle that as he sees fit.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. There's not been estimates in terms of the number of jobs that would be available to this. Again, these are just the renderings. We still would have to go out to market to see what companies are going to be coming in and bidding on the project and what they're going to be proposing in terms of that bid. You are correct, though, in terms of the mini stimulus plan. This is one of the main items that we did undertake to try and stimulate to the local economy by accelerating it forward. And this will, regardless of who the vendor is the successful bidder on the job, it would mean increased employment within the municipality. We're just not sure in terms of how much that would be. in actual numbers or person years or
Thank you, Mr. CEO. That sort of dovetails into where I was going to go further on that. Is this the type of work that could be done locally if that's a successful bidder? I realize we go through a bidding and tender process, or is this a job that would have to be led by out-of-town company? Who am I looking at? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not sure if the architect or the engineer that are leading the project feel able to speak to that. Is that a question you're comfortable handling?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we know the local market quite well enough to speak to that.
Whether they're successful or not, I'm just wondering if we have that capability within the community, that's all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I maybe look to the chief engineer, but we do have expertise in terms of the trades that would be involved in this project. In terms of the contract oversight, I believe we would as well, but I would look to the chief engineer if his thoughts in terms of the potential locally to be able to take on a project of this magnitude.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, it's entirely possible that you would get a low bid from a general contractor from out of town, but I think it's fairly likely that most of the trades and the labor, et cetera, associated with the work is probably going to be local.
Okay, thank you. I'll have comments, Mr. Mayor. Do you want me to do them now or later?
Well, we'll go around questions, we'll go around for comments. I have Councillor Kompotich.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano, and thank you for the presentation. Just a few questions. So it looks like, so you're saying it's going to need 6 to 8 months to be able to complete the project? Okay, 6 to 8 months. And they expect it to be cost-free for the next 20 years or so going forward? But you mentioned that the current panels could fail, and that was a risk, and it's a concern. And I don't know who to direct this question to, Mayor Provenzano, but I just want to know what preventative measures we're taking right now with safety to prevent any current panels from failing and possibly injuring someone.
We'll have the CAO direct that question to wherever he sees fit.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll direct that to the city engineer. We are, of course, always doing upgrades and reviews, and we've brought in the consultants here, for example, to have done some work studying the potential failure rate and the deterioration of the asset. So that work is undertaken, but I'll turn it to the engineer to speak further on it.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kompotich, Mark Luciak helps us, gave us some recommendations about what to do ourselves, and we have a monthly program where our staff walks around the building essentially and does a visual inspection to see if any panels are coming loose. That's the limit of what we do. If we feel there's a concern, then we would turn to Mark for a more thorough investigation.
So we can rest assured that we don't have to worry about a panel failing and someone getting injured?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kompotich, I can't say that. I can't say that there's not a 100% guarantee, but we're following his recommendation, and because he may have something to add here to what I'm saying.
Mr. Lucic, this building says 1975 in the front of it, so the panels were put up, I think, in 74, 75, correct? So we're going on, we're going on 50 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, 53 years. So what's the lifespan of this kind of material? I mean, is this overdue already? What's your opinion as far as how long these things should last or should have lasted?
So I would say it's slightly overdue. Now what I would say actually is that I'd phrase it differently and say they've lasted admirably. It's done a fantastic job. So I don't want to say it. I'm saying very slightly. We have been involved, and I've done reviews personally around the building periodically to confirm that there's no evidence, and backed up with the city staff. I think we're doing what we believe as engineers, doing our due diligence to make sure that the public is safe.
Okay. Thank you. It's a great project, and I hope it gets started early enough.
Thank you, Councillor. So Councillor Romano and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Just a single question, sir or sirs. With option C, is there anything extra that we're adding in there beyond just simply cladding and windows, or is there other sort of dynamics there that are being added in just for looks that aren't necessary?
Generally speaking, no. There's a few at this very high level of design, it's still quite schematic. We are looking at altering a few details of the shape around the building, removing a few of the more kind of fussy profiles of cladding and changing it in that way, but otherwise we are sticking with the general approach of what is there now.
Thank you. And just the last question. This is what we have budgeted for option C, about 6.53 million. Once that actually were to go to tender, we can expect that number to come down slightly at least?
Generally speaking, it's always impossible to guarantee anything, but cost estimates are usually aimed at giving us the median price, the median bid that we'll see. So most often we find that the tender comes in a little lower, but that's obviously no guarantee.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. For the viewers at home, I don't know who to direct this question to, but viewers at home, when the building was first built, was it not built for the look of a ship? Just a little bit of history. And second question, you're going with white, and I know this is just cosmetic, but just so I'm curious, why did you go with this combination? Was it for environmental? Was it for, again, for cooling the building, et cetera?
I wouldn't say that the white color has any effect on the sustainability or performance of the building. It really was aimed at, I guess, simply an aesthetic choice to sort of update the look and really do something kind of boldly different. I understand that some people may be very attached to the color of the building, others really want to change. We kind of fell in the latter group.
So there's no real story behind, like most architects will say, oh, we're trying to create the beauty of the city and all that. Like when the building was first built, I believe the colors were selected just to basically go with the city's steel, the ships that go through the locks or something, but there's no other.
Well, I mean, I could speak, I guess, on that level. I would say that what we're aiming for is a feeling of greater kind of openness and transparency to the building and lightness, which is suggestive of more kind of metaphorical transparency, I guess you could say. But that's really an approach that is more in keeping with, I guess, kind of contemporary trends in public buildings.
Thank you. Just curious.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me say that all the designs look really great. So great job on that. If we go with option C, which is recommended, when the bidding comes out, if for example it were under cost, could we add the meshing on later, the steel meshing?
Yes, I think we could reserve that as an optional addition. We often do that at the tender stage. This, I'd say, is potentially a tough one to integrate as an option because it affects so many of the details of the facade that to just simply leave it in or pull it out becomes rather complicated, but I wouldn't say it's out of the question. I think it is possible.
Okay. And the panels that are currently on there, the ones that have served admirably, as you say, how heavy would one of those be if it fell?
The panels vary in size, so the weight, varies, of course. A typical weight, there's steel on the inside and outside, thin steel, and then there's plywood in between. So a typical panel weight might be, 40 pounds, something like that.
Okay.
60 pounds for a big one.
Okay, that's good to know. And is this always through you, Mr. Mayor? Perhaps to our Director of Budgets. I'm not sure what Mr. Bruce's title is. The money man, yeah. Is this a priority in our asset management plan?
This is currently the top priority in our asset management plan.
Okay, that's helpful. I did remember I had one other question for the consultant. You had mentioned in the, for the engineering consultant, you had mentioned in the, in response to a question Councillor Bruni had, that the curtain wall system goes up as one unit, but is it possible down the road to swap out windows if they need to be replaced?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
On the question of windows, as I can walk around the building, I noticed that some windows had this seal that was collapsing and that you saw the gold from one perspective, but from the other it was clear. And I was told it was fairly expensive to replace those windows. So it was a significant expense. Are we putting windows in that will be expensive to replace in the future? Are we putting simpler windows in so that maybe councils down the road have an easier budget item when they have to do something straightforward like replace a window?
Yes, you'll find that this product would be much easier to replace, I think, for a longer time period. It's quite standardized. There's dozens of suppliers or contractors who do this kind of work, and many suppliers of equivalent window products out there.
I did have just one other question.
Go ahead, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was talk in your last few points to the architectural engineer about the options in terms of when design and when construction could be done. I see that we're not voting on that. We're just voting on a design option. When would we get? When would we have to make a decision on whether or not to do it in two phases or do all the construction next season?
Well, our earliest schedule outlined called for construction starting in October. I would say, given that tender would be happening in late summer, so as long as the decision was made prior to that tender, really that's the important point. So July, August, something like that.
When you go out with the request, will the companies have to come back and say, you know, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if we decide to go with the installation all in the next year, will that affect the price?
I'd say these three options outlined, there's probably very little difference in the overall cost, or it'd be hard to predict the difference. There's not enough of a deferral even with the third one that you'd get a lot of escalation. With that one, because there'd be no break over winter and no winter construction, you might kind of save the equivalent money that you're spending and pushing it back. So I'd say these are more or less equivalent.
Okay.
Councillor Fada?
Quickly here, you said the life expectancy is approximately what for these?
Of the windows or of the system?
Well, I guess once we've done this installation, I'm just asking how long can we expect them to be?
You know, they're designed for a 40 to 50-year life as the system itself. The glazing typically comes with a 20-year warranty, and it has improved a lot from when this building was designed. Glazing has improved, so I think you can count on not replacing many units for the first 20 years, at least.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. We just went through approximately, I guess, 45 years. I'm wondering whether we're close to that. But you're saying 20 years, and then there'll be some maintenance involved.
Exactly. But we won't be into this thing again for a long, long time.
In terms of the tender, can we expect I would think that we can expect the cost to be cheaper if we have a fall construction versus something in the spring or summer. I mean, I guess that'll be in the tendering process. We'll have a price based on that tender. If it's going to be done in the fall, in the off season, I'm saying, we can expect something less. I would expect.
I'm not certain of that. I think there's pros and cons to doing fall and winter work. It's the off season, but it's slower to build, and you need to heat in certain elements and defer certain things such as caulking and such. So there's pluses and minuses.
So just in terms of option C now, we're looking at a figure of 6.5 million. So conceivably, we could see something greater than that.
Conceivably, sure, Councillor Fat.
I'm just concerned about that. That's all I'm saying.
That question's been asked, though, and answered. I mean, there's a variance here. We can come in lower, we can come a bit higher. For tonight's purposes, we have to pick an option and determine whether we're going ahead, so these gentlemen can go away and do a bit more work, and then we'll have future decisions to make. But we're not going to game out tonight what it's going to cost. We have an estimate. At some point, we're going to tender, and we're going to have a full discussion in this chambers on whether we're comfortable with that tender.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
So, seeing no more questions, we have comments. Councilor Myers, we'll start with you. Myers, we'll start with you, and we'll just go around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, I'm the courtesy mover on this. I'm really pleased to support option 3 for a few reasons. And certainly, first of all, I'm very pleased to see it because it is something that we've already indicated in our asset management plan. We're prepared to do it. And we talked at length in this chamber about trying to come up with projects in the immediate that are mini stimulus projects for our community, and this could be, actually, it's the number one. So we need to get our trades and our people at work as much as possible. This is something that's got to be done going forward. We're prepared to do it. It's not going to impact the levy again, so we need to do that. I worked in this building on level 3 for 14 years, and that's 13 years ago. And the windows, the leaking, everybody that works in this building knows that this building has been admirable, but it's defaulted. It's in default, and it needs a tremendous amount of work done to restore it. In 1974, 75, 53 years ago, this building was a flagship. And it's odd that my ward mate would be on a similar page because I always knew there was an urban myth about the shape of this building and the architects originally using the resemblance to the head of a freighter. So I called Gord Smedley yesterday, whom you would remember as one of our from the 3 local architects who worked with your firm back then on the original design, and I asked Gord, and he said there's nothing documented anywhere from any architect that says it was designed to be the head of a freighter. He said, however, the influence was there, of course, and so that's interesting that we were both thinking about that because that is an urban myth, but it does. So that's why, for me, option 3 retains the, in my view, a heritage value. This is a 53-year-old building, and option 3's design retains the interest of the curves and so on, and so I strongly support it, and thank you for that work.
Before we move on, as far as the urban myth goes, I had the benefit and pleasure of knowing Joe Gugula, who was the G in Gugula Smedley.
And Mizomo.
And Mizomo. Yeah. And one day, one summer day, I was talking to him specifically about that, and he told me that it was inspired by that, and the intention, in fact, was so that it would look like a freighter coming up the... Yeah. That was, so that from, in any event, from the end of the architects that was involved at the outside, confirmed to me directly that that was the spirit of it, so.
Yeah.
Councilor Bruni?
Mr. Mayor, just a comment on that. If that was the spirit of it, why are we going with the white and not going with the...
Oh, it's the shape.
It's the shape, what, not the color.
More of the shape, not the color?
Yeah, it was the design of it was the shape.
Okay, forget it.
Yeah. And I see the freighters come up every day, and none of them are brown. Most of them are red, it seems to me, so maybe we'd be having a red building if that was the case. But I think that the spirit of it was the shape of the building, and you have at the top, you have that smaller part, which is, I guess, where the captain would sit. Okay, so we're just going around this way. Any other comments on that side of the horseshoe, seeing Councilor Butland?
Yep, very briefly. This is the real jewel of our city. It's a focal point. Everybody goes, I'll see you at City Hall. Everybody who comes to the community, I think, says, hey, that's a gorgeous building and it's a great site. It's symbolic, but it's more than that. And I don't think we should talk about it. Let's get her done right away, ASAP. Thanks.
On this side of the horseshoe, anybody? From my own perspective, we need to take care of our own buildings. And, you know, the city's got some challenges right now. It's a good time to invest in ourselves. And the building needs it. And we're getting on 53 years. And I think it's time. So we'll closely watch this project as it unfolds. And this is just an early part of the stage. But we have a motion before us. Everybody's had an opportunity to speak. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
42 years.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we'll now go to agenda item 7.6.1, new comprehensive signs bylaw. We have a report of the senior planner on for the consideration of council and a motion by councillors Hollingsworth and Fata. Resolved that the report of the senior planner concerning the new comprehensive signs bylaw be received and that council approve the proposed bylaw in principle and that the legal department be directed to prepare the appropriate bylaws for council's February 21st, 2017 meeting. Council, just for your information, were a number of communications given to us after the agenda was prepared. Those are on the addendum for you. The senior planner will give a short synopsis of the bylaw, and we do have 5 persons who've indicated they wish to speak to this item from the gallery.
Okay, Council, we brought this item up because we have a number of people interested in speaking to it, so we wanted to give it enough time tonight for our consideration. So, Mr. Tenazzo, you have the floor. I'd be happy to have your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The current sign bylaw is an amalgamation of the old zoning, streets, and building bylaws, to name a few. Overall, basically, it hasn't had a review in the last 40 years. The existing bylaw contains outdated, if not archaic, regulations. It's got inconsistent language as a result of that amalgamation and is no longer appropriate for the community. In recognizing these issues, Council established the Signs Bylaw Review Committee, co-chaired by Councillors Christian and Fata, with representation from legal, building, planning, and public works departments. Early on, it was the committee's objective to create a bylaw that represented current industry standards as described with other signs bylaws throughout the province and the country for that matter. Another main goal was to create regulations that would result in aesthetically pleasing signs. Signage, you have a great opportunity with sign regulations and signage to really make a big difference aesthetically in the community. And the overall goal was to have regulations that result in signage that complements a particular building lot or area, such as the downtown, as an example. It's certainly been a long process to get us here today. We took our time, we wanted to consult with many, and we wanted to get it right. We did 3 separate rounds of public consultation, which included online surveys, public open houses, and numerous stakeholder meetings with the Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Association, of course the signs industry, Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, to name a few. The first round of public consultations seek to understand the major sign issues. We did this with an online survey, as well as public open houses and meetings with stakeholders. We took that information, developed a set of approaches to regulating various types of signage, and we then presented that to the public. The second round of consultation was essentially another set of online surveys, public open houses, and meetings with stakeholders to discuss some of the proposed regulations that we were putting forward. I must say that the second round of consultation, certainly we refined those regulations as a result of what we heard from the public, and we certainly tweaked quite a lot from the bylaw. And then the final round was to present to the public the draft bylaw. And again, that third round of consultation resulted in a number of changes to the bylaw that's before us tonight. I think it's fair to say that we've generally reached consensus on the bylaw, with the exception of portable signs. It remains an outstanding issue. It's the most controversial item, and quite frankly, I think the majority of our discussions with various stakeholders and the public have revolved around the regulation of portable signs. The committee has listened to all parties, and in the end, the committee's confident that we've put forward a well-balanced bylaw that certainly recognizes the critical role that all signage plays for a local business, while at the same time trying to manage sign clutter and balancing the need to have signage that is aesthetically pleasing. And essentially closing, community aesthetics is a critical quality of life attribute that we feel is worth striving for as a community. If approved as proposed, we feel that the sign bylaw would go a long way towards achieving this goal. Both myself and other committee members are certainly here in attendance and would be happy to answer any questions. And certainly, as the mayor noted, there are a number of folks that wish to speak to the bylaw as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the first delegation is Rory Ring from the Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome to council, Mr. Ring.
Thank you very much.
Council members and to the general public, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'm Rory Ring, the CEO for the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce, and in the next few minutes, I hope to create for you an awareness of the potential impacts that this sign bylaw can have on our small business community, stimulate some thoughts on how we can possibly get outside the portable sign box, and commit to you and the community an ongoing solutions-based collaboration on this issue and others between the city and the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce, all with the ultimate goal of advancing economic prosperity in Sault Ste. Marie. For our viewers, just understanding of the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce, we are completely funded by our membership and those activities that we do in the community to advance economic prosperity, and those fundings are provided through our non-membership based revenue activities. Our vision, the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce will lead the way as the voice of business, advancing economic prosperity for its members and the business community. Mission, the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce will lead change for the benefit of the business community by engaging and educating the Chamber membership, empowering economic prosperity, amplifying the voice of business for business-friendly public policy, and meeting membership performance expectations. So before addressing the proposed sign bylaw, I had the privilege of driving back from Hamilton and being flashed Sault Today's media advancement of our policy resolution, and I just need to thank them for expanding my vocabulary. I didn't know we could be so squinchy. That was the first time I had ever heard that word. Also, I definitely would like to thank Peter and his team. I think they have worked very hard to put this document together for your consideration and the accompanying report. While we may not be fully aligned, we certainly have to recognize that there was tremendous effort put in to accumulate the information required on that document. While our survey has also identified that the communications of the sign bylaw has been challenged, we'd be negligent not to recognize that he and his team have also engaged the sign companies through open communication, focus groups, and one-on-one conversations with stakeholders in the chamber. And I think that's recognized in your report and communicated to council. We do see in the survey documentation that was provided to council that there are questions, perhaps more so within the end user of the sign than within the sign providers. We know that it's not easy to grab the attention of small business. They fight every day in the struggle to stay afloat and stay relevant to the ever-changing economic status of the consumer. We've reported those results to our short survey to council, and determining where the business community and the membership is on this particular matter. The results from that survey suggest that there is much confusion as to the purpose and the desired results of this new bylaw beyond decluttering the landscape. And decluttering, be assured, is a personal perspective. And we must look to ensure that we are not impinging our personal perspectives on what is aesthetically pleasing on the economic prosperity potential of our community. We have studied this issue. We fielded a number of inquiries. We've engaged our membership from across all sectors, including tourism, on the bylaw that we've consolidated this information now into that policy position paper that is being presented to you. And we'll go through that, but I would like to perhaps just highlight a few things from that. And I think absolutely we can see how the relationship of this to building a fence in your own yard can be a very contentious and challenging endeavor to go upon. But we do have to anticipate those obstacles of what it is that you may encounter when building that fence. And those two categories being the construction thereof and the communication of its content and purpose. We've got to design with everyone in mind. Whatever type of fence you decide on, do your best to ensure that your neighbors are not at odds with it, especially if they're sharing the construction costs, or in the case of a sign bylaw, the burden. Keep up on the maintenance. A fence is not just a one-time investment. Allowing your fence to fall in disrepair can frustrate your neighbors, whereas keeping up on the maintenance will demonstrate your commitment to the fence that looks great for everyone involved. And that, of course, is just a notation to reflect upon the enforcement of the existing bylaw and the changes that are potentially faced by the business community and the community as a whole with this potential bylaw. We're committed, the Chamber, to working with the city to ensure those signed bylaw regulations adopted by the city remain fair to all local businesses regardless of the size and marketing budget, such that it does not jeopardize local jobs and businesses that will be impacted by these regulations. Do not impact negatively sales and revenues of local businesses that depend on signage as a means of reaching its customers, nor will it jeopardize the capital investment made by those sign companies and the users that are independent of the sign companies in that particular media communications venue. Ultimately, we want to help to achieve the goals of creating that positive aesthetic in respect to the signage and the advertising as is within this community. The challenge, of course, in this is to measure and understand what are the unintended consequences. You know, there's communities that range from very lax to very strict. We have to create something for Sault Ste. Marie that will adopt itself to advance economic prosperity in Sault Ste. Marie, especially within our existing economic challenges. The unintended consequences in some of these can result in business closure, job loss, loss of capital investment, and livelihood. In the document that was provided to Council as part of our policy resolution, a clear demonstration that out-of-home advertising works. People see, they are visually enticed to make decisions by outdoor, out-of-home advertising. We cannot discount that. Further unintended consequence of this is the additional placement of regulatory burden upon small business and the cost of enforcement of that proposed bylaw. As doing business becomes more challenging, the level of entrepreneurial activity diminishes, further eroding of the ability of the community to foster the private sector growth that delivers economic prosperity, and economic resilience and sustainability is diminished. Secondary to this, a focus on young people. We need young people to be entrepreneurs. Placing more burden on ability of someone to be an entrepreneur does not further advance the direction, I think, in which Sault Ste. Marie wishes to travel. In terms of the report, we know that a variety of signage products have been addressed in the bylaw, and obviously the portable sign aspect is of, I think, most consequence. It is even established within the own survey documentation that was provided by Peter's office to the city that there is a lot of confusion about what is important. There's significant concentration in the community with digital signage. Portable signage seems to be the outlier in many of these considerations. I think with the enforcement of your current bylaw, time will allow for some transition. I know that within the report, there's the identification that, well, we will just issue, a renewal of those. Certainly, I believe the sign companies would be first to step up to that. But the end user, that the small business, they are out there in the trenches every day. And when they show up on May 22nd, they would have not recognized that this had been advanced. In terms of trying to think outside the box, we had a good opportunity to speak about, well, if we can't solve a portable sign issue, how do we leverage and bring it to our advantage? And this just means about thinking about things a little bit differently as we move towards creating the community brand or a tourism brand. How do you get that brand to be adopted by your local community? One of the biggest challenges of branding in a community is to get the local community to understand what it is and how to use it. I think you've experienced that here as we look to move forward with Uniquely Gifted. Why not establish a branding standard within the sign bylaw that allows the signage to display the community brand? And then that way you gain your exposures throughout the community and build that branding awareness. Just a certain way to think about how you can take these things a little bit out of the box and think about it a little bit different. So in the proposal that you have with us on our policy resolution, and that is a process that we reach into the business community and the community on a whole and pull back information for them, concerns both positive and negative, just to ensure that we are bringing back to our membership a general consensus. And even within that process, too, you find that there is divisions. This is an issue that is challenged by every community in trying to get that particular balance. So what have we recommended? The Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce urges the City of Sault Ste. Marie develop a sign bylaw that allows for the development of entrepreneurial activity and supports local economic prosperity through deleting the proposed sign bylaw section 9.12 portable signs, adopting the existing sign regulation for a minimum of a 2-year period, and during this time enforce the proposed draft sign bylaw as amended. Strike a committee that includes those sectors impacted by the sign bylaw. Further establishing open communication and engagement between this committee and local tourism partners, tourism businesses, the retail sector, industrial, and other nations of commerce, such as those within the incubator system that have no access to signage. Being adaptive and recognizing opportunities to amend the sign bylaw on an as-needed basis based on the committee recommendations. Assessing the economic impact and unintended consequences of adopting a more rigid sign bylaw. Determine the constitutionality of the sign bylaw with respect to the freedom of expressions on one vacant land, privately held, and third-party promotion. We know that there's a variety of interpretations across Canada and Ontario on this, but I think it would be within the best interest of the city to understand that to mitigate any of those potential risks. Contract sign bylaw enforcement to the private sector for quarterly enforcement activity. Bylaw, in my understanding, traditionally done on a binge basis, so focusing very hard on a very short period of time. And then how do you manage that within a cost-effective manner? Establish a process for self-enforcement. Through the stakeholder meetings, we have heard that there is a resolute willingness on those sign companies to help establish, whether it be a branding standard or a quality standard, or those elements within the existing sign bylaw. And that is not to say that we don't miss the point that there is a required update to be done. Absolutely, we would agree with that. But in any business modeling, it's always best to know what's coming at you down the road in terms of long view, so 3 to 5 years worth of planning. Engage in determining how to establish quality standards and branding standards in a consultative process with all sign users and providers. And as a means of communication, use the tax roll identifications as a form of segmenting your communications with the permitting process so that a direct line of communication to be established and hopefully achieve a better response to inquiries about impacts of the sign bylaw. So I thank you for the opportunity and the consideration. And on behalf of the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce, we certainly look forward to your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ring. We're going to go through all the presentations, Councillor Huppinen, and at the end, when you go through your questions, you can ask a question of whomever you please.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, our next speaker is Mark Lepore, speaking on behalf of Leslie Cook.
Welcome to council, Mr. Lepore.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In fact, my client's going to be doing the presentation initially, and I will address any further matters that may arise from that presentation. So I have Mr. Cook here. Leslie.
Welcome to council, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's been a while. I'd just like to start off by saying that I want to run through a little bit of the history of the sign business, especially the portable sign business, which really I started back in 1978. And we are quickly approaching 40 years of working in Sault Ste. Marie and helping businesses out and them helping the sign business out. I was one of those people that decided, well, I don't want to be in the steel plant. I worked 5 years in the office there, and that wasn't my niche. So I decided to go to see if I could seek a career in Southern Ontario. And I worked for the local sign company there that actually built my signs. And after 3 years, coming home and seeing that there weren't any signs there, I thought, you know, this is covering all of Southern Ontario, and it eventually has gone nationwide, or Canada-wide. And the fellow that I was working for had a good product, gave the service, and he was constantly growing. So instead of working for him continuously, I decided to bring the business back home. I was happy to get back home from the hourly sittings in traffic in Toronto. So I brought the business home, and it grew quite well, quite quickly. We ended up getting a lot of that service, giving a lot of good service to the people, and it eventually developed that the people were able to rent the signs whenever they wished. And a lot of them did that. They would only rent for a couple months of the year, or anniversary, or sales, that kind of stuff. But then it quickly grew that places that had sales and specials and promotions that are even backed by head office advertising and that kind of stuff, they would keep the signs yearly. And as long as we could service that product to that customer, our business grew from there. So then our first problem was in 1978 to 1991. We had no problems whatsoever with inspectors. We knew from doing this in Southern Ontario, you don't put a sign blocking driveways. You don't have to be right out on the roadway to make the sign effective. Then a local businessman decided to ask council to clean up the city, to ban portable signs. Well, next thing you know, I'm in front of council trying to justify my business of 13 years. And we had a great resistance from the rest of the business community to this ban also.
And when was that, Mr. Leslie?
That would have been 1991 area.
Okay, thank you.
At the time, I explained what I was doing. There were concerns that I had signs, old dinosaur signs from Toronto that I had purchased that were oversized. They were 64 square feet and maybe one even 72 square feet. But the modern signs that I was bringing up were only 40 square feet. And at the time, the local community accepted 48 square feet, 4x8, as a standard sign for putting out on the front property. So I asked the council of the day if it would be possible to just keep up with the 40 square feet, that I would no longer buy anything bigger than 40 square feet. And when the signs that were out there, only 2 signs that were out there that were oversized, when they were done from the customer that had them, no matter whether it was a week or a month or a year, that sign would no longer be rented. So a verbal agreement was with the city that 40 square feet was going to be the future size. And they saw that there was, at that time, that there was no need for bylaws. However, I did volunteer that because Mississauga areas and places in Toronto, they did have bylaws. I worked in them, not only them, but the MTO permit systems and so forth. So I was familiar with the whole thing, and if they would decided that they needed to do bylaws to protect and make the signage rental business safe, if that was their goal, I would be happy to help them, assist them with that goal. They felt there was no need at the time. So we continued on. And even though that I just had a 40 square foot agreement with them, times changed, different manufacturers came, bigger signs started coming in. So in 1996 area, I asked the planning department, because people were coming in and on my business, customers, offering bigger signs. And I said, now's the time to maybe install some kind of a bylaw. So it was Leslie Advertising that asked for the bylaw originally with Mr. Joe Snizik. And just so that everybody would be on a level playing field out there in the mobile sign rental business. Now this took 3 years. Mr. Butland will remember, and many of Mr. Nero, because when I asked for the bylaw, I'm looking for some just regulations for proper safety issues. Instead, they took that as an opportunity to put in very strict rules and regulations and time limits and that kind of stuff. It's much to the same idea that the MTO had. Originally, back in the 70s, MTO had very strict regulations on portable signs all over through southern Ontario. As soon as you were outside of a city limit on a highway, they were in charge. And they had a 1, 2, and 3 month permit system per year, and it had to be staggered, like what was suggested earlier in this bylaw program. And eventually, after 10 or 12 years, they had to change over. They could not keep up with the demand of the mobile signs for the growing southern Ontario communities. They could not keep up with the 1 month, 2 month, 3. And so today it was all changed, and it still is today that you have one bylaw, but the sign permit goes with the property, and it stays with the property. The designation for where that sign can go stays there, and if the sign is removed or sold, the property is sold, that permit still goes with that property because the inspection says this is where the sign is legal. Anytime you get a sign back, this is where it has to go. And that's what I was kind of aiming at for a goal here. But anyways, let's see here. They also dealt with, at the time, they wanted the time limits. They were all the issues that were brought up today, time limits, city properties, right-of-ways, that kind of stuff. That was all in the original bylaw. That's why it took 3 years of meetings and so forth to get this finally settled. So finally, after the 3-year period, this council, or this council of the day, we sat down and went through every item on that agenda. There were 17, 18 of them, and each one was discussed at length, pros and cons. It was voted on, and the bylaw went in that night, approval. And we continued on from that time, 1999, it went in for approval. And when they said they were going to check on it every 2 years, make sure that nobody was getting carried away. The sign companies did what they promised to do. They got their bylaw, their permits, they continued on. And it worked fine for 10 years. There was no need for any interjection by anyone. Then, unfortunately, there were some sign companies that chose to not follow the rules. They started swarming the area. I complained vigorously to the enforcement people. Was told that, we don't have the resources, we don't have the people. But I found that very hard to believe because these were certain sign companies. So if they're not getting their sign permits and they're playing cat and mouse with the mobile signs, you start picking up their signs, especially if it's on city property. You have the right, supposedly, I don't know how that stands now, but I was understanding that you would have the right to pick up any sign on city property that didn't have a permit or didn't have a thing, and the Public Works and Traffic would, if it was on city property without a permit, and their approval, which was the bylaw of the day, they could pick the sign up. This did not happen. The signs kept on coming in. Great frustration between myself and the Planning and Building Department. I'm going to say Planning and Building because that's who I dealt with all through these years and complained to and talked to. So it sometimes got into heated arguments also. So, I mean, it was very tough. So it's gone on for 6 years now without the proper enforcement. And again, it was hit and miss enforcement. I was even told not to approach the bylaw enforcement officer because, I was to speak to his boss if I had any problems. And that's not the way to run a business of compromise and enforcement. I was just very frustrated with the whole situation. I think also, too, I remember that when the first bylaw went in, there was a question about the reason it took so long was because that advisory committee had no business people on the advisory committee, and they were assigned by council to make laws for business people. And it was a good year before we even realized that, hey, we're talking to people that aren't in business, and they're going to it's hard to convince them or convey to them how important a mobile sign, temporary or long-term, could be to a small business. And a letter was sent to Mr. Mayor Butland at the time by the Chamber of Commerce asking that from now on, when some bylaws and so forth are discussed concerning businesses, we would like you to have at least a couple of chamber members or business people on that committee as it discusses what's going on with business interests. That did not happen again this time. It's been 5 years that they've been working on this bylaw, and they've made inquiries after 3 or 4 years or whatever. But it all comes down to the people that are in the business that use the mobile signs, that rent the mobile signs. They are here to let you know that they don't agree with any of this bylaw stuff that's going on right now. And I wanted to get across to that the bylaw that is in place right now, there's nothing wrong with it. It needs to be enforced. It hasn't been enforced, and we would like that time period, like Chamber of Commerce has suggested, a time period of 2 years where we want the bylaw enforced the way it's supposed to be. We will help. I'm representing the other sign companies too, because I had meetings with them. And I said, this is my livelihood. If you want it to be your livelihood, you have to agree with some of the situations that are in the bylaw right now. And they've also agreed to get rid of cinder blocks, to ground base their signage safely on the ground instead of cinder blocks laying up on the trailer portion of the signage and that. They've agreed to get their permits. The companies basically that had the cat and mouse games are gone. So here's an opportunity to save time, save a little bit of argument, enforce this bylaw for a 2-year period. Let's see at the end of the 2-year period where we stand. I also want to reiterate that with the Chamber, I'd like a committee of Chamber members, sign companies, maybe a planning person, or it doesn't have to be a planning person, but one of the board inspectors, because a lot of them have gone through the one I know of has been behind the desk of the sign permit place. And now he's an inspector out. I'd love for him to be on that committee. He knows what we're talking about, and I know what he's talking about. and we can maybe get some things accomplished without involving the council during that 2-year time. And then if there's still a problem with mobile signs in the city, and we can't come to some agreement, then it will be up to council to make a decision then. That's basically my position. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Signs on city properties, that's the only thing that I have to speak of now. We've been refused 3 or 4 years ago renewals on city properties where the people do not have the ability to place a sign in front of their business, and some of these are plazas. And they do not have the ability to put a sign on their property without it being on city property at, close to the sidewalk. And the reason for this is a lot of the older part of the cities, they have property lines that are 1 foot back or 2 feet back of the walk. They are not a problem. When you get to a place like Churchill Plaza, you only have 3 signs in there, and the property line is 44 feet back of the sidewalk. And this is all over the city, especially the older part of the city. They can vary greatly because they close that Churchill Boulevard, and all that is city property. Now, these 3 people have been renting in the Churchill Plaza for years. They were approved on city property. The Public Works and Traffic guy came down, and his initial job or intention to us was, I'm going to come down there, you can put the sign in, but if I don't like what it is, you may have to adjust it onto that city property. We don't want any dangers in that. So when we would put the sign in, he would come down, and he'd say, oh, move it back 2 or 3 more feet. Fine, we'd move it back 2 or 3 more feet. He would measure, and he would mark right on the permit, this sign must be at 7 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet back from the property line, and it was signed. And from year 2000, they renewed for every 2 years, and these are businesses, grocery stores and pet food store and cash money mart stores. And they use the signs religiously. It works for them. Now, I was told 3 or 4 years ago that they were not going to renew signs on city property anymore. And I said, when did this go to council? Well, it hasn't gone to council. That's our determination. Oh, really? I think I would like to go to a council meeting and see what the determination is. And so I went to the council meeting, and I don't know if some of you were on the committee, but I told you how we're doing things right. We're getting our permits. We're complaining about illegal signs. You got a lot of illegal signs out there, then fine, act on them. But they were punishing me for something that everybody else was doing. Not everybody, sorry, that other people were doing. So this council at the time asked Mr. McConnell to make sure that when we come in the next day or the future, that we would get our permits on city property renewed again. It's gone 2 or 3 years now, and last year they stopped it again without going to council. I am now being prosecuted for signs that are on city property that have not been renewed. And the only reason they're not renewed is because they won't give me the permit. So now I'm being prosecuted in court. And this should never come to this kind of a situation. So I'm hoping that you will take our suggestion of leaving the bylaw the way it is, enforcing it for the 2-year period, give me my rentals back on major anchor stores and everything that may be on city property. They've been approved there because there's no other place to put their sign, and there's been no problems with those signage so far that, that the public or anybody else should be really worried about. There was an incident also that I have to say to just show, and this is not a witch hunt. This is not to place blame on anybody. But we were told by the bylaw people of 2000, when the bylaw went in, that we shouldn't be coming back to council just for little stuff. We should be dealing with the planning department and enforcement department and ironing it out, hopefully, and then only coming when we couldn't come to an agreement. And this was a self-policing system. So if we see somebody coming in and doing things that aren't acceptable, we could report it and get it stopped quickly without it growing and being a conflict. So I met with great indifference on a lot of my complaints because they think I was just trying to get rid of competitors maybe, or whatever their reasons were. But a lot of my complaints fell on deaf ears. 2 or 3 years ago, my son and I were pulling out of our yard lot, and a sign across the street was sitting in the ditch right next to the sidewalk with the stub of the trailer laying on the sidewalk. So I called and asked the person in charge then that I was supposed to complain to. I said, I know you don't like to hear this, but I think this is a situation where somebody can very well get hurt. It's on the sidewalk. It's, anybody walking, anybody riding their bicycle, dusk time, they could get hurt very badly or worse, So I said, I hope you will, take care of this situation. So he said, oh, we'll get right on it. Okay. So I was away for a period of time over the winter. When I came back, my son says, that sign's still there, and I said, yeah, but it's moved back, right? No, the snow's cleared and the stub is still laying on the sidewalk. 6 months, 7 months it took to get this sign removed. This is not acceptable. And just from a point of view of a business wanting to be supportive of the bylaws and in the enforcement of the bylaws. This kind of stuff shouldn't happen, and that's why I'm hoping that you'll follow our recommendation that and allow a committee to communicate here, because we could probably eliminate a lot of this nonsense, get rid of a lot of illegal signs. You have other signs that are posing as portable signs, and guys, you have real estate signs out there that are not advertising the sale of the real estate, they're advertising the real estate agent. So it's a portable sign. It should have a permit. It should have to follow the rules of a portable sign because it's bigger than 9 square feet. It's classified as a portable sign. So there's a lot of work to be done, and after 40 years, almost 40 years, I want my business to continue with my family. And he's going to do just as good a job as I've tried to do. And I hope you'll listen to that and make your judgment on that proposal. And after a 2-year period, then we can see where we are. And I think you'll find a lot of the city has been cleaned up. Or what is out there is paying their permit fees and following the rules. And that's the most important thing. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. We appreciate that. Again, we're going to reserve questions till the end. If anybody has questions of you, we'll ask you or your counsel to come up and we can have those questions
That's fine.
answered.
Thank you. Did you?
And Mr. Mayor and members of council, I will advise you've probably been provided with a copy of my written submissions on behalf of my client. They're self-explanatory. And for the most part, the proposed signs bylaw will ensure one thing, and that's the closure of a number of local businesses and probably adverse effect upon a number of others, as we've heard from City Council and from Mr. Cook. The proposed bylaw is not going to help anything. Enforcement's going to be a nightmare. And as I mentioned, it's going to ensure one thing, and that's the closure of at least a number of local businesses. Using the excuse that signs are not aesthetically pleasing, well, factories aren't aesthetically pleasing. Let's close all the factories down as well, and that way we'll have a nice-looking city without any economic prospect. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So I will address any questions when the time comes. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the next speaker is Kyle Batman, portable sign operator.
Welcome to council, Mr. Batman.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I just want the council members to really understand how this is going to impact. I'm the newest sign company in town. I knew nothing about any of these talks when I started. Obviously, I didn't do my job properly. But all I've heard since I've started my business is there's too many signs, too many signs, too many signs. So how many signs are there in Sault Ste. Marie, portable signs?
Close to 300.
300?
Yes.
Pete?
So can you please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
66 active portable sign permits.
Okay, so I accept the fact that you've recognized there's too many. And if I was in your position, I would try and rectify that if I thought there was too many also. How many should a city like Sault Ste. Marie have? Less than that, I'm assuming? So if I was to make a bylaw with my end result trying to be to reduce them, I'd probably set out a percentage of how I want to reduce them. 5%, 10%, 15%. There's a number of factors in this proposed bylaw, and I'm just going to address a couple of them. One of them is third-party advertising. Probably 55 to 60% of my business is that. But let's just say 50% for simple mathematics. So if this potential bylaw was to go forward, right off the bat, 50% of the signs in Sault Ste. Marie are gone. I would think Leslie's business and my competitors are probably within the same ratio. So right off the bat, half of the portable signs in Sault Ste. Marie are gone. Now, the second area is the duration of the permit. Right now, you can have a monthly all the way up to a 2-year permit. If you restrict that to 180 days, well, guess what? The other half of the signs are gone. So all of a sudden, we're down from 269 signs, Pete?
66.
266? What are we left with, 40? That seems like awfully drastic drop. One of the big things that I've heard about is appearance. Personally, I don't think they look bad, but once again, I appreciate that you guys want to address that. One of the things that my signs have are cinder blocks, and since this became an issue, I've switched over to pier pads. Okay, pier pads are 105 pounds each on every leg. They're basically a 16 by 16 piece of concrete. I can barely lift them. So the signs, one of the issues is that they blow over. And I'll be the first to tell you, last December 23rd, I had lots blow over. I was brand new in the business. You got to make mistakes before you can learn from them. None of my signs are ever going to blow over again. They all have pier pads on them. They all have a 24-inch rebar stake in the ground. I had to remove one the other day. I had to get a loader. Like, they're not going anywhere. So I would think Leslie's, all of his signs have axles, so they're not going anywhere either. So they're blowing over. Sure, they can still break, but a tree can fall down too. Along with the appearance, when I heard that, they look terrible, they look tacky, they look trashy, you'll notice that a lot of my signs in Sault Ste. Marie have coroplast sheets on them because you guys don't seem to have a problem with billboards. So I look at my portable sign as a mini billboard. I probably have 30, 35 signs with coroplast sheets on them. Company logo, everything on it. So how can a portable sign look trashy when it's got the same image as a billboard, just a smaller scale? Instead of 200 square feet, I have 32. back to third-party advertising as well. If I can have a billboard, all billboards are third-party. So how come it's okay for that? One of the areas that was in the proposed bylaw is no home-based business on a sign. Personally, I don't think I have any, but they're probably the business that needs the most help in Sault Ste. Marie. You know, I've been doing marketing in Sault Ste. Marie for close to 20 years. It's very expensive. The reason why I started this sign company is because of the cost effectiveness. I've lost clients from my other business because the signs work that great. And just by eliminating the home-based business, I don't see how that's, like, we should be trying to help small businesses. They're the potential bigger businesses of tomorrow. Third party, once again, I've got a fair amount of clients that don't have the opportunity to put a sign at their location. You know, maybe they're on Queen Street, Gore Street. That's their only avenue to utilize. Another opponent to third party was that I could potentially put a sign near your competitor. I agree with that, and I accept that, but let's be honest, that's business. That's like saying this car dealer can't be in the newspaper because the other car dealer's in the newspaper. That happens every day. So, anyways, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Batman.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor and members of council, our final listed speaker is Donna Hilsinger of Tourism Sault Ste. Marie.
Sorry. Welcome to council, Ms. Hilsinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. If I hit that, it's going to go forward, right? That one there? Okay.
Do we have this presentation?
I'm going to multitask. Good evening to you all. I'm Donna Hilsinger, and I'm representing Tourism Sault Ste. Marie on the matter of the proposed new signage bylaw. Tourism Sault Ste. Marie is composed of members of those involved in the hospitality and tourism industry in Sault Ste. Marie. Attractions such as the Agawa Canyon Tour Train, the Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Centre, Searchmont Resort, hotels, motels, the Station Mall, and the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Casino, to name a few. Our vision is to be positioned as Ontario's fastest growing visitor destination, having combined our local experiences with the natural wonders of Northern Ontario. Our mission is to drive our city's tourism culture by developing unique visitor experiences, coupled with proactive positioning of Sault Ste. Marie as a destination of interest to both its demographic and geographic target markets. We envision Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, along with its industry partners, where the local and regional tourism industry will work with government and First Nations officials, along with the business leaders and members of the community in a dynamic, collaborative, and innovative way to help weave tourism values into all future development plans so that visitors and residents will experience a growing, an exciting, and a diverse community, one that reflects the true values of a city steeped in history, culture, and arts. Did you know that the drive from Sault Ste. Marie to Wawa to Thunder Bay is one of the top 10 drives in Canada, year after year? And tourists come and spend time in Sault Ste. Marie to start or end that drive. Did you know that the Agawa Canyon Tour Train is one of Ontario's signature experiences in the company of the CN Tower, Ottawa's Winterlude Winter Festival, the Canadian War Museum, the Distillery District in Toronto, the Great Spirit Circle Trail Canoe Heritage Tour, the National Gallery of Canada, the Puckasaw Coastal Hike just north of us on Lake Superior, and the Shaw Festival. And we could aspire for our Agawa Canyon Tour Train to be one of Canada's signature destinations. From 2008 to 2016, our city hosted 442 conventions and sports events, bringing close to 80,000 delegates, creating a direct spend in our community of over $40 million. From 2008 to 2016, in addition, 47,000 attractions and travel packages were sold, generating over 100,000 visitor days and creating a direct spend in our community of close to $13 million. 40% of jobs are now linked to the tourism sector, and tourism is the largest employer of young workers in the province of Ontario. We are working to forge a relationship with our municipal officials to help provide input on matters that involve a variety of developments within our city, such as downtown beautification and upgrades, building construction, trail development, and of course signage, both from an informational purpose as well as wayfinding. For the tourism industry, it is critical to have our community viewed as a welcoming, clean, and uncluttered destination that is appealing to visitors, allowing them to enjoy the rich history and culture of our city and region without the clutter of excessive signage. Overall, Tourism Sault Ste. Marie is supportive of the proposed direction of the new bylaw. It is the feeling that it supports the vision to help create a more aesthetically appealing community, while at the same time enabling appropriate information and directional signage to be erected where required. There is, however, one area that we are quite passionate about: the issue of portable signs. Signs that have become permanent. It is unanimous that we feel the proliferation of these signs in our community, 266 with permits plus some without, so close to 300 of them, have become a blight on our landscape. They certainly do not represent our naturally gifted branding. We are asking you to be brave. While we are supportive in general of the changes, at a minimum, we think it does not go far enough. And we believe a complete removal of these types of signs from our bylaw is required, where they are not allowed at all. A business can still have a sign. It just needs to be a different kind of sign. Where no portable signs are allowed, no enforcement is required. And while we understand that this is uncomfortable for some, the benefits of this action will far outweigh its challenges. Communities that do well and drive thousands and thousands of visitors and therefore millions and millions of dollars into their local economies through tourism spending don't compromise. They know that tourists have choices as to where they spend their money and their time, and they want to make their city the most appealing, the most beautiful, the most unique, and focus on their assets. It's time. We face the imperative to diversify our economy. And doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is, well, you know that definition. It is the vision of Tourism Sault Ste. Marie for our city to focus on our tourism economy and its potential growth by aligning our aesthetics with today's consumer, who is regional, provincial, national, and international, along with our unique location and history, to sell a product that no other city can. Tourism is a massive economic engine that already attracts thousands of visitors to our city and has the potential to attract thousands more by taking advantage of what is uniquely ours. Our location on Lake Superior, the land that Lauren Harris and other members of the Group of Seven traveled to paint in 100 years ago. And Tourism Sault Ste. Marie is working on many initiatives outlined in our current strategic plan to help transform this community to result in many additional visitors. Beautification of our city means a massive change to first impression and overall impact of a tourist experience here. It needs to look and it needs to feel like it doesn't anywhere else. Other successful progressive tourism destinations where this type of signage is not allowed, like Petoskey, Traverse City, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and others, have created a beautiful and aesthetically pleasing community which highlights their natural environment, in which visitors and residents alike can truly appreciate the natural beauty of the community without compromising a business's ability to market themselves and attract customers. Using portable signage to market a business is the old way of doing things. And we want to be new and vibrant, and we don't want to live in the past. Many companies are relying less and less, and sometimes not at all, on signage for marketing, as digital and online and social media is how business is connecting with their current and their potential clients. Its reach is much greater. It's targetable to your specific clientele, and it's very good value for money. Tourism Sault Ste. Marie supports the changes to the city signage bylaw and supports what meets the signage needs of the community without compromising the importance of creating an aesthetically pleasing and welcoming community, one that will impact our community pride, and one that will reflect our desire to be recognized as progressive in our thinking, our planning, and our implementation. Be not afraid. The hard thing to do is usually the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilsinger. Okay, so we've heard from the Chamber, we've heard from a number of sign operators, we've also heard from Tourism Sault Ste. Marie. Do we have anybody else in delegations? Sir, did you want to approach the microphone for a second? You explain. We don't have any other requests for delegations, sir, so what was your name?
Bill Hammond.
Okay. And Bill, who are you here on behalf of?
Representing Signworks. My son, Taylor Hammonds, he's not available to be here.
Okay, so you wanted to make some representations in the bylaw?
I just have a small page to read.
Okay, sure, go ahead and read it, and then we'll continue.
It might not be as dramatic as Mrs. Hilsinger's, but good evening, my name is Bill Hammond, and I'm here today representing Signworks and my son, Taylor Hammond, who was away at university in London, Ontario. He would like to apologize for not being able to attend this meeting due to exams. However, I'm here to voice the concerns of the company we have built together. I'd like to start off by saying the proposed bylaw does not simply require us to be more efficient in our process or streamline operations. It's a direct attack on our company and businesses throughout Sault Ste. Marie that will absolutely leave us no choice but to close our doors. We have built this business since 2012 to provide an affordable means of advertising to other businesses in our city. We have customers ranging from small startup companies that cannot afford to advertise using other means, all the way to multinational corporations that are looking for other ways to market their business that provides jobs in our city. These businesses rely on our signs to bring in new customers and remind existing customers of their offering, and we receive regular feedback of success using these signs. I'd like to provide our perspective on a few specific points in the new proposed bylaw. The first is the 6-month time limit. This time limit on its own provides a major reduction in our business, as many of our customers are long-term. They use our signs to advertise things like courses for driving school that have ongoing date changes and therefore they cannot use permanent signage. Along with this, the 6-month limit requires us to ensure signs will not reach their limit during the winter months as they become immovable due to snow and ice, further decreasing our revenue. The second issue is the increase in sign spacing. This article reduces our sign count and restricts the ability of our customers to advertise as properties that we utilize already are faced with limited frontage. With the proposed increase in spacing, mall business, already competing for frontage, will be further restricted from advertising. The third issue is no third-party advertising. This article on its own eliminates every one of our signs except 2. The reality in Sault Ste. Marie is many businesses do not have available frontage to legally place a sign and therefore rely on third-party locations to draw people to their business. Without these locations, it is not only our business affected, rather it's the numerous companies relying on these signs that will no longer be able to advertise, which place further pressure on an already depressed economy. We realize the importance of our city's landscape and we strive to maintain the appearance of our signs. This has been a balancing act since March of 2014, as we've been hesitant to make long-term investments due to the regulatory uncertainty that the planning department has imposed on us while increasing permit fees by 61.25%. We ask you today, Council, to stand up for small business in Sault Ste. Marie. This is our city, and with the current state of our economy, we should be working together to provide the best climate for our business to succeed rather than spending funds on looking for ways to hamper business in times of economic distress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Okay, so council, we've heard from a number of sign operators, we've heard from the Chamber, and we've heard from Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, and we've also heard from Mr. Tenazzo, who's available for any further questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to do questions first. Please don't get into your own statements. Even if you've asked a question, we'll take names and I'll give you an opportunity before we vote to actually make a statement. So let's just get down to questions, and please, councillors, if someone of the other councillors has canvassed a point, I'd appreciate you not re-canvassing it, so let's try and be as efficient as we can so we don't have too much reiteration. So I have a list that's already going here from when it started. We had Councillor Hoopanen try and ask a question during the process, so I'm going to start with her, and I have Councillor Mano after that, and I'm taking some more names here. So just put your hands up and we'll keep going. So Councillor Hoopanen, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, if I could address it to Rory Ring, Chamber Manager. Mr. Ring, I enjoyed your presentation and your promotion of the Chamber. It was awesome. But I just have a question. What exactly do you not like about the proposed bylaws? In a nutshell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hoopanen. I guess quite simply, it's the unintended consequence. And I think we've heard from those that would be impacted, whom we have not heard from, which are those who are being serviced by some of these sign companies and what those impacts to them will be. There was a gentleman here earlier who had to leave to go to a meeting, multi-location, and it is the most effective type of advertising on the portable sign issue. So that is probably the most critical component of that, and certainly an impassioned plea by Donna, and I would agree with 99.9% of what Donna and Tourism Sault Ste. Marie is trying to achieve. It's just we don't achieve it overnight without having those unintended impacts. Young fella attending university, trying to start his own business. This may not be his last business, but thank God it's his first one.
Okay, that's good. Now, I don't see where they're actually asking the businesses to eliminate signs. We're just regulating. So the way it's sounding to me from everybody that we're asking for a bylaw that will eliminate, and I don't see that. I see regulations in place. I see enforcement in place. I don't see how this would impact. I really don't.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hoopanen. I think you just heard exactly from those companies that the unintended consequence of third-party advertising, the unintended consequence of many of those timings around the placement of signs will have that exact impact, which is to go, for example, the young fellow starting the business down to 2 signs. Why bother?
Do you not feel, Mr. Ring, that if there are too many signs, this overload and people aren't looking at them at all? And I'm just saying that on a personal level, that when I drive by, I see the signs and I'm sort of blocking them all out. So it could be an advantage for the businesses.
Well, I guess that can be debated. Certainly, I know that sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hubin, that enforcement has been on the rise, and that there has been a reduction in the density, and that is why we're asking that we look to delay any immediate action on the implementation of the portable sign section to allow for some transitionary timing. And really, if you enforce it and then you receive feedback from the community that says, well, we're okay. $40 million and $13 million of economic spend in your community goes somewhere. And how much of that money was actually spent and drawn out because of an impulse decision to buy because it was seen on a portable sign?
Okay, and for Mr. Finazzo, I believe I read somewhere that we had a 2-year window that this would be phased in, so it's not going to happen overnight.
It's not.
And also, if I may, could I also get an explanation for the third-party advertising? I'm not clear on that.
Yes. Mr. Tenazzi, before we get to that, because this enforcement issue is, I've seen it, I've read about it, I've seen it raised, heard it raised a number of times tonight. Because of what I was reading, I came to you about it earlier today, and we had a brief conversation. Maybe it would be to the benefit of councillors if you could just reiterate what you had said to me this earlier when I questioned you about enforcement.
Mr. Mayor, suffice it, I think the enforcement issue is being overstated. Just to let you know, recently, what we see today, we've been up on the blitzes. The last blitz that we did was the end of September. At that time, again, we've got 266 active legal portable sign permits. At that time, there were 54 infractions, which were spread equally among the various sign operators and business owners that have their own signs. 26 of those were simply expired permits. So that leaves 28, or about 10%, which is exactly what our bylaw enforcement officer told me he felt where we were at in terms of compliance. So since September, between September and now, what you've seen out there on the streets is 90% compliance, and that is the existing bylaw and the existing regulations that we've been hearing are working quite fine at work and in play. So I guess my parting thought would be is essentially the enforcement issue is being overstated. I certainly can't speak to some of the specific circumstances that Mr. Cook has experienced with fallen over signs and signs that are a public safety issue, but I can tell you that is a very, very, very small number compared with the total number of signs that are legally out there and existing today.
So Councillor Hupinen, sorry, you had a specific question about third-party advertising.
Yes, I just like to have some clarification. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, third-party advertising, virtually every municipality that I've looked at, including our partners here in Northern Ontario, they all regulate on-site versus off-site advertising. And the way that municipalities, and the reasons why municipalities do that is quite simply to manage sign blight, to manage the proliferation of signage on the landscape. We have we have billboard regulations currently in place, and billboards by definition and by their very nature are off-site advertising devices. We propose no change to those, and they're permitted in certain areas, certainly along our corridors. And at the end of the day, what we've seen, the major proliferation of portable signage that we've seen in recent 2 or 3 years has been that of off-site advertising. So really what we're looking at doing by managing off-site versus on-site, as well as all of the other regulations that make the suite of regulations for the portable sign bylaw, is to bring it a little bit more in line with the rest of the province. I think if you were to look at a continuum or a spectrum, right now, I mean, we're an outlier. We're way out there. We basically don't have regulations, which has resulted in portable signs that are permanent. When you look at where we're proposing to be, we're still on the more lenient side or more permissive side as far as other communities in Northern Ontario regulate portable signage.
Yes, I read that in the report. Thank you, Mr. Tanazo. And just one last comment, if I could, for Mr. Ring. I like the idea to strike a committee that would involve a business person, because it does certainly give a different perspective, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ring. Okay, so we had Councillor Hooper, and you're satisfied with your questions then? Councillor Mano?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to save my, I'm not going to ask any questions. I'll just make some comments.
Okay.
At the conclusion. Thank you.
So then I have Councillor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's encouraging to see, Mr. Mayor, that businesses want to still promote their business in Sault Ste. Marie. Ms. Donna Hilsinger.
So
from Tourism Sault Ste. Marie.
Yep, Ms. Hilsinger, if you can approach the microphone, please.
Donna, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation on tourism.
Thank you.
Sault Ste. Marie. Just a couple of questions I have for you. You mentioned about the clutter, which came up quite a few times tonight from different presenters, and tourism is alive and well in our city. We're hoping it's going to increase in the next few years. Did you do a survey with the tourists coming into this area? Did you do a survey, a general survey? And is one of those questions about portable signs or clutter or anything like that?
No, Ian, I don't believe we do a survey, correct? But that particular item is speaking to the fact that the communities that are thriving in their tourism economy don't allow that type of thing. So when you go to Niagara-on-the-Lake, all of us here, I'm sure, are very familiar with Petoskey and Traverse City, as just three small examples, you will not see this kind of thing in those communities, which have thousands and thousands of tourists visit them every year.
And thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're saying that this is not necessarily coming from the tourists. This is just the opinion of the Tourism Association?
It's the feeling of Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, backed up by observing and working through our own strategic plan and understanding what's happening out there in the world in general, in communities that are very successful in tourism, and understanding that it is our natural environment and our naturally gifted branding and positioning that is what attracts people to come here. And if we're not honoring that by how we develop and how we present our community, then we are not taking full advantage of what is uniquely ours.
And to you, Mr. Mayor, and you feel portable signs would be one way of achieving this goal that you alluded to?
Absolutely, and I could be happy to talk to you about many other ways, although this is the item on the agenda for tonight.
I'm sure we'll get an opportunity. Thank you. My question is to Peter Tanazo. Peter, I mentioned the clutter here, and that seems to be the recurring theme tonight. Is this the mission and the goal of the committee and the planning department to remove clutter? Is this why we're having this discussion? Or is there anything else that I'm missing here?
Councillor Turco, just to remind you, because this predates me as the mayor, the previous mayor and council passed a resolution to strike this committee and to look at this issue and to canvass it. So you would have been part of that.
Oh, no, and I was going to follow up with that, Mr. Mayor, about the history of the signs.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Tanazo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, survey work indicated that portable signs were one of the top issues. I understand digital signage was even higher, but you'll recall in 2012 we did the digital signs bylaw. It was as divisive as portable signs, and on the one hand we have a lot of members in the public still saying we didn't go far enough, and we've got the chamber at the time and business owners saying we should just keep our hands off of it. So again, it's a divisive issue. With regards to portable signs, the proliferation of portable signs it was identified through the survey work. We also identified ourselves when you start looking, part of the review when you do this is you look at what other municipalities are doing and what their bylaws are. We recognized quite early on that we're an outlier in terms of portable sign regulations, and that we essentially had, our portable sign regulations are essentially permanent sign regulations. And the portable signs, that they're not designed, they're not intended for permanent advertising. So we recognized that quite early on, and certainly as the aesthetics came into play and managing that proliferation was also one of the goals, yes.
So, sorry, so it's just one of the goals. It wasn't the main reason, in your opinion, that we're discussing. We have been discussing, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Mayor, in the last 16 years I've been on council, we were discussing signs, and even before that, Mr. Butlin was here as mayor, it's been a topic. So it's not the main reason we're talking. I just want to get back to that original question. It's not one of the top reasons why we're discussing this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the moment it is the top reason, and we've reached consensus on all the other parts of the bylaw, generally speaking. But as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of issues with the existing bylaw that needed to be addressed. It was quite old, it was inconsistent, archaic regulations. It's time for a new bylaw and a new approach.
Thank you. Just one more quick question to Leslie Cook. Just a quick question or two, Mr. Mayor, if you allow me.
Sure.
Because we heard the word about removing portable signs completely. So, Leslie, how many businesses are there now? We've heard from, I think, 3 of you tonight. How many businesses do you believe there are in Sault Ste. Marie that do portable signs?
Oh, it's hard to estimate because I built up my business with permanent signs, not permanent signs, but portable signs that have been out to businesses that have the specials and the promotions, even from head office kind of thing, where they have it in the paper, they have it on radio, and they have it on the mobile sign out front, quarterly changes or monthly changes. And those are the ones that are our base. 80% of my business.
No.
Sorry,
Leslie, how many business like yourself? You were the first one, and you haven't changed.
Oh, I see. How many sign
by
companies?
the way, you haven't changed since 1970. You still look the same.
I don't know if that's
still
good.
young looking. Now, how many business like yours? You started one of the first ones. How many would you estimate that you know of?
There have many. There have been
a dozen, 10. 12?
Oh yeah, there's been 8 or 10 that have come and gone because sometimes their idea that they see the signs all over the place and they think, oh, I could do that, and next thing you know, they find out there are regulations.
And you employ through you, Mr. Mayor. You employ
my son
and other members here. Employ other family members.
Yes, as well. Yes, absolutely. I've been in business 40 years, and it's raised my family and sent the kids to college. And
do people want portable signs, by the way, through you, Mr.?
I'm sorry?
Businesses want portable signs?
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't have survived 40 years if they didn't. It's an affordable way to use them. And one thing I have to say is that to say that portable signs can't be permanent is ridiculous. I've got signs that are 38 years old that look just as good as the 2-year-old signs.
All right. Thank you.
It's how you keep them up.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Councilor Bruni, you're next on my list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Tonazzo, regarding your figures that you provided, 54 infractions, 26 were expired. Do you know what the 28 are? The remaining 28? Just different examples can you provide?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have specifics on them. Some of them may be expired permits that hadn't been renewed at the time that I did this, which was earlier today, so that there's possible that there's more in there that are legal than just the permit had expired. Other things might be signs that were on the right-of-way. As Mr. Cook spoke of earlier, the city's not renewing portable sign permits within the city-owned right-of-way. Others might just be illegal signs that are within a site triangle or various infractions as per the current setback requirements.
So out of those 54 infractions, were there any charges laid or was there fines provided? Did the sign companies have to pay for infractions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that may be better directed towards legal department.
Sorry. City solicitor is here. If she's able to answer that question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. There's been a number of sign
violations in history, but we haven't laid that many charges. There are charges right now, as Mr. Cook indicated, pending before the Provincial Offences Court in his case. But the others, we generally tried, our goal always was to try and get resolved without going to court. In Mr. Cook's case, unfortunately, at the moment, we're not there.
So I guess my question, and I don't know if it to Mr. Tonazo or to legal, if a sign has expired, the permit has expired, why isn't there just a flat fee of a fine and the sign has to be removed? Like, I know we're trying to be as polite to them as possible, but this is where this has gotten to now is a new sign bylaw is required. Have they been penalized if they're not following the rules?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bruni, if I'm reading Mr. Tonazo's face correctly, I think he wants to respond to that.
Sure, I can't see his face. Go ahead, Mr. Tonazo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was actually pointing towards legal, but I think I can take a crack at this. Part of the problem is the regulations, and right now, what's being proposed as part of the portable sign regulations is a more streamlined enforcement procedures where, for example, certain infractions, the city has the ability to just pick up the sign and it'll be in storage somewhere and the sign owner will have to pay to get it back. Right now, there's a bit of a game of cat and mouse that does happen. It's not prolific. It's not as prolific as it was, let's say, 5 or 6 years ago. We've got a much better handle on it, but it requires notice, and I believe it's 24-hour notice, so that we have to call the sign owner. And again, as Ms. Kenny noted, we try to work with people so that the enforcement side will call the sign owner, say you got an illegal sign, they'll move it to potentially another legal location. So it's become a juggernaut that way. Now, with regards to specific, there's nothing in the bylaw, like for now, or the proposed bylaw requires, once your permit's expired, it's your responsibility to contact the municipality to let us know that you've removed it. We don't have the administrative power to be out looking at sign permits, portable sign permits every month or 2 months to see when they've expired and go out there and see if there's an infraction. Whereas when the onus is now put on the sign owner, as we're proposing, that should run a lot smoother and should be much more enforceable.
Well, all due respect, the onus was on the sign owner in the past, but because the infractions occurred and they didn't pursue it, and our staff, I still believe, is shorthanded. That's why the infractions occurred, and I believe we didn't move fast enough, but that's a debatable call. I guess to Mr. Tonazo regarding the Churchill Plaza, we use Churchill Plaza as the example, 44 feet back from the city property line. So where would those signs be? Basically closer to the entrance doors? I'm just asking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, without having that specific property data in front of me, I can't tell exactly where that would be. I would anticipate that maybe it might be in the parking lot somewhere or close to the parking lot. However, there are other options available. You can, they have room. They do have a ground sign. They have the room for other ground signs that could have reader boards or even digital reader boards available to them. Certainly, the bigger properties have that kind of resource available to them, that they could look for alternative ways to advertise. Certainly, as I mentioned, I'm not an expert on advertising, but I know what other municipalities are doing, and I mean absolutely no disrespect, but I would suggest, how do they do it in those other communities where virtually no one that I'm aware of makes it a normal practice to allow private advertising upon the city road allowance?
Okay, thank you. I guess maybe a representative from the sign company, one or two or three of them. I guess I just want to throw out a couple of general questions regarding third-party advertising. If third-party advertising was eliminated totally, and I believe I've had conversation with several of the sign companies that I'm a strong advocate of eliminating or implementing no third-party advertising. How much would that affect your business?
It depends. There's a lot of third-party advertising where people, want to not only push business, but nonprofit organizations and that kind of stuff. That's one issue that I would like to bandage up to is the nonprofit organizations. A lot of them don't have a place to put a sign, and so it's a fine line. And next thing you know, you have.
Okay, well, before we go on.
I think Mr. Batman said about 55% of his business, or 50%, Mr. Batman? Did I understand you correctly? 45 to 55?
I'm at least 50, probably 60%.
Oh, yeah, I thought you said that.
Signworks is 95%. So just between us two companies, we're 100-plus signs, just third party.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's the answer to your question, Mr. Bernie, Councilor Bernie.
So 95% for the two sign companies?
No. Yeah.
And very.
Almost 95% for the one sign company, and the other side company over 50, around 50 to 60%, he's saying.
And so mine is only
about 100 signs.
5-10%.
So he's
mine.
A lot less dependent upon it.
Yes.
So you're looking at about 100 signs they're saying, our third-party advertising. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
And to be clear regarding the, I guess, Mr. Tonazo, to be clear with the permit for a sign. So one sign is good for 180 days, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
So after that 180 days, can they put another sign in that spot with a new permit? Or it has to be moved completely?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a number of ways, depending on the frontage, that this can play out. Essentially, we require 50 meters or part thereof of frontage in order to erect a portable sign. So if you have 20 meters of frontage, you can still have a portable. And then we have a 50-meter separation between portables, up to a max of 3 portables per property. So larger properties obviously have the ability to put multiple portable signs. But if, for example, you've got 60 meters and you can achieve the 50-meter distance, you could put 2 signs at 6 months apiece. Or you may choose, you know what, I want the one sign at 6 months. After 6 months, I'm going to come in and renew that permit. That one sign, that therefore can be a permanent sign.
So that one sign after 6 months can go back in the same spot?
Yes, it can. You have to renew the permit, and it's not on every property that you're able to do that. It's on properties where you're allowed to have 2 6-month signs. Instead of having 2 6-month signs, essentially you have one sign and you just keep renewing that location every 6 months.
So you can renew the sign after 6 months for the same identical location?
If, through you, Mr. Mayor, if you have the ability to have 2 signs on your property, rather than 2 signs at 6 months each and then you'd have to remove them, you could simply just have one sign and keep it in the same location year after year and just keep renewing that permit every 6 months on properties that have 50-plus meters of frontage.
Okay. I guess one more question to the sign owners. Are the majority of your leases 1 year, or are they 6 months or a month?
We'll take Mr. Batman first. Are you speaking on everybody's behalf, Mr. Batman? I'll handle this. Go ahead.
You got that. Back to your first question about the 6 month. That only applies to a very few businesses in town. Pretty much Churchill Plaza, Wellington Square Mall, and Cambrian Mall.
Yeah.
Doesn't apply if I own a furniture store on Great Northern Road, because once my 6 months is up, I'm gone. It only applies for malls that have multiple signs for their tenants. So one tenant can have the sign for 6 months, and then he's gone. He's done. He has to wait till the next fiscal year for his sign.
Yeah.
So that's very, very few places in Sault Ste. Marie. Sorry, what was the other question, Mr. Mayor?
The question that was actually directed at you was the question was relating to
Regarding to the length of, is it 1 year lease?
yeah.
6
How
months?
many of your leases are 1 year leases? That was what.
To be honest, I have very few transient business, which is month to month to month. Almost all of mine's annual. You know, car dealers, you know, I go see them at the first of the month. They tell me what this month's feature is, put it on the sign.
Okay, and Mr. Cook and the other gentleman, which I forgot your name.
So just, Mr. Batman, how portable are these signs then? I mean, I know they're portable in that you can move them, but like the intention is that they stay there for long periods of time, I think is what you're saying.
I don't understand why a portable sign can't be permanent. Portable just means they can be moved. Doesn't mean they're temporary.
Well, I think that's the crux of the issue.
I can move a sign in 5 minutes.
We're one of the only communities that treats portable signs as permanent signage. I think that's the crux of the issue.
As far as I know, in Sudbury, they got signs. I was there this winter. They were there for.
I think Mr. Tenazzo could speak pretty adeptly to all of our partnering bylaws, all of our partnering communities bylaws. But we'll let you answer that question. Mr. Councilor Bruni's asking specifically how many of your contracts are annual contracts?
80% of my business has been built up, and I've only expanded and I keep a floater fleet. So 80% of my business has built up to be steady.
Essentially permanent signage.
Permanent signage, but this nonsense that a portable sign is not built to be, to last a couple of years. Again, I have signs that are old, they've been replaced and refurbished and kept up, and they are just as good as a new sign.
I don't think that's the issue, sir. I don't think the issue is that they're not built
No,
properly.
I know, but what you're asking, I believe, is the 6-month deal. Is that what you're asking about?
No. Councilor Bruni was specifically asking how many of your contracts are annual. You're saying
80%. So if this bylaw is passed, my income is cut in half.
So we have sir, do you want to speak to the same question that Councilor Bruni's asked?
Yeah, please.
I think you have a large percentage of long-term signs?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, 80 to 85%.
80 to 85%. Thank you. Councilor Bruni, do you have any additional questions?
No, I have some remarks at closing.
Okay, so on my list here, we're now at Councilor Butland, then Councilor Compadich. These are questions to, again, councilors.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Tenazzo, in your words, we're an outlier, and this new bylaw, it brings nothing to brag about, but it just brings us into the general scheme of things in Northern Ontario. Also, are you familiar with the Southern Ontario experience?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're always very careful to compare ourselves to other communities. So we always make sure that we, we pick something that's available online so we can be fact-checked, and B, we want to pick communities that are like ours. As I mentioned, we're way out on the end of the spectrum right now. The proposal that's before us tonight brings us in line with other communities, albeit we're certainly more permissive than our Northern Ontario friends, and we're more permissive than any of the bylaws that I've seen. The only one that I'm aware of that allows permits for up to a year right now is London. Their bylaw is currently under review, and that's one of the main goals is to get a handle on portable signs. They still don't allow them for off-site advertising purposes, so.
The proliferation keeps coming up, or cluttering. Proliferation seems to be a euphemism for clutter. But it's an issue of mine. At Trunk Road, the Wellington Square Mall, last time we had this on the agenda, I think I counted 15 in front of the Wellington Square Mall. There seems to be a few less, but I think the minority apply to the tenants in the mall itself. Does this new bylaw address that? Can they continue to have, it would appear to be an unlimited number of signs and not related to the business in front of, but the signs are in front of the business.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if approved as recommended, this bylaw would have a significant impact upon that particular property or larger properties where the signs start stacking up. We would no longer permit portables to be used as billboards or for off-site advertising, so that would remove those signs. And then because of their frontage, they would be permitted to have 5-6-month portable signs, or up to 6 months each. They may decide to come in for 1 month on one portable and 5 on another, or they may decide to do that thing where they're just having one portable sign that's there all the time, and then another portable sign that kind of floats in and out on a 6-month basis. So there would be a significant change there.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Is that it, Councillor Butland?
Yes, it is.
Councillor Krampotic.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano, and my question to Mr. Wing. So I received a phone call from a Ward 6 constituent who expressed he had a business in Ward 5. And his main concern was that with the frontage issues with the new comprehensive bylaw, it would impact on his business. He mentioned that the business would actually fail without his ability to be able to advertise more closer to the road. And that there would be an employment loss of 3 people. Now, Mr. Lepore and Mr. Cook and Mr. Batman, they also expressed the same concerns about the employment and the possible failure of the business. Do you have an estimate on what the amount of employment levels would be impacted by the loss of business with this bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Krampotic. That's essentially one of the recommendations that we're putting forward, is that is something that needs to be determined. What is that unintentional impact that can happen? Now, let's not kid ourselves. This bylaw fundamentally changes the way that business operates, whether it's 2 years from now or 5 years from now. But a 5-year window is a lot better than a 2-year window, because you have to change your business model. You now have to understand how you're going to deploy your capital differently. And does that mean that those other potential avenues of advertising and communication will work for your business? Maybe they won't, maybe they will. But you just can't flip that switch overnight. So will it change and will it have impact? I think you've heard tonight that it will fundamentally have impact, not only on the sign companies, but those businesses that rely on this type of method of communication. And it is, again, if you looked in what we put forward in the policy resolution, the study done by Arbitron, it clearly demonstrates that this type of out-of-home advertising works. But the recommendation is that that is something that needs to be done, and we need to engage in understanding what those unintentional economic impacts are for this type of bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ring. That's it for you, Councillor Krampotic?
Just the one question, thank you.
Okay, great. We have Councillor Hollingsworth next.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I just want to first of all say thank you to everyone that presented tonight. It's actually was well done hearing the pros and cons from both sides of those that like the bylaw and those that feel that the bylaw is not serving their needs. I just want to say, before I ask my 5 questions, I can feel for the businesses because our business back in the 90s, a bylaw was introduced by a city and it did impact our business. In fact, one of our businesses had to close down and we had to let 35 people off, as in no jobs. So I feel for the businesses. But here's my question to Peter Tenazzo. Can you remind us who, at the present moment, under this new bylaw, if it's implemented, who can have a sign? If I read this correctly, I think home businesses, home-based businesses can still have a sign, charities, not-for-profits, and so forth. So can you just outline who can have a portable sign if this bylaw is accepted?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we talking about portable signage? Or signage in general?
Start with portable signs.
Okay, certainly with portable signs, there's what we call community event signs. Community event signs can take the form of a portable sign. They can take the form of these little signs that you see on the side of the road with the stake, the wooden stake, where they've got their locate and everything. We allow community event signs. They don't need a permit. We have a well-established procedure, and we're carrying that forward in the new bylaw, whereby you can come in, you can chat with planning staff, chat with building staff. Somebody from Public Works will go out, make sure your location's good. You can locate a community event sign, which is basically defined as a sign that advertises the event of a nonprofit or community group. You can put that sign out on the road allowance or on private property for 30 days before the event, and then it has to come down after the event. So we've certainly built in ways that nonprofits can advertise with portable signs or any other kind of sign. They don't require a permit, there's no fee, and they're allowed to be on the road allowance.
Okay. And can you comment on home-based businesses? Can they have a sign, yes or no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, home-based businesses can have a sign. There's a minimum size, or a maximum size, sorry, which is quite small, recognizing that home-based businesses are in residential areas. And generally speaking, the regulations around home-based business signage are virtually the same as they exist now.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to the bylaw, you're talking about signs. Does this bylaw also refer to the pole signs, meaning that the flags that are waving?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the flag signs, the way that we're regulating those is similar to banners, somewhat similar to portables, but it's a bit of a shorter time frame. They're treated as temporary signage, so that they're allowed to be in place for a certain amount of time, and then they need to be down. Again, they can't be on city property.
Okay, thank you. And two other questions. Under the current proposed bylaw, are you looking at some graphics, or is it wording? And the reason I bring this up is because I did have a constituent who did call me a couple months ago to say that a portable sign had some graphics that are quite sexual, and it was very difficult for her to explain to her 5-year-old daughter. So does this bylaw talk about any particular?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the city solicitor is probably best placed to answer this question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hollingsworth, that's a matter that would be dealt with under the criminal code for obscenity, and as you've sort of alluded to, that's subjective, and we have to look to case law sort of to see the parameters of what is obscene and what is not in any particular society, and our bylaw, really, that's out of our jurisdiction. That would be criminal code.
Okay. Thank you. And one final question. It sounds like if this bylaw is accepted, that a sign can stay for 180 days, is that correct? Before they have to reapply, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of portable signs, yes, it's 6 months. The permits are valid for up to 6 months, but it's based again upon frontage. I certainly I disagree. 50 meters of frontage or 60 meters of frontage, which would allow 2 signs. We heard that was not very common. I think 150 or 180 foot commercial property frontage is quite common in Sault Ste. Marie. So depending on the frontage, at a minimum, you're allowed 1 sign for 6 months, 1 portable sign for a 6-month period.
Okay. And if one of the gentlemen from the sign companies can approach the podium, maybe Leslie, Mr. Cook?
Yes.
You and your colleagues alluded to that you have a lot of clients that have annual renewals. Correct. In your opinion, in your business, how hard would it be to change it to 180 days? Would that be a large impact on your business?
Yes, because what you're doing is, for 80% of my business are renting by the year. The Metro stores, the Rome stores, the Leon's Furniture, Anchor stores, Canadian Tire, they rent by the year. So right off the bat, when you pass a 6-month minimum, that cuts my income from that customer, 80% of my customers, in half. You're basically putting me out of business. Now, I can run around and they think that they're going to get rid of the signage by doing something like that, and all it's going to do is cause more havoc. People are going to, I've got a great investment in my signage. It's a top-of-line signage. It lights up. it's, you know, it's some of the signage, we done customized top panels, and, you know, so it makes it look more like the business owns that sign and we maintain it. When they rent from us, we maintain it completely, painting trailers, upkeep and that kind of stuff. So that sign's worth a lot of money to me. You tell me that I have to take it away from Metro, who wants it for the full year. They want to keep it. They don't want to let it go. And if I take it away, I'm not going to put it in the yard. I'm going to go and try and rent it out to somebody else who may not really care for it. And these signs are going to be out there anyways. So why not let the people that want it by the year, rent it by the year? Other people, you know, you get McDonald's, the chain food stores and that kind of the. Everybody knows what they've got. Everybody knows their menu. They don't need a portable sign. They may rent it once a month, once a year for hiring students during the summer or something like that. So the business has grown just to allow the people that want the portable signs long term, they can have them, you know.
Thank you. With regards to this particular, thank you.
Yeah.
With regards to this particular bylaw, the new bylaw that you're proposing, I feel that personally, it's refreshing. And I just want to also emphasize how many businesses that use these portable signs also use social media. And so, anyway, that's it. I'll relieve my comments later.
Okay, so we have on my list Councillor Nero is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question, I guess, to Ms. Kenny, our legal department. Ms. Kenny, we have a letter from the Chamber and a letter also from Mr. Cook's solicitor, and it refers to the legalities of the bylaw in respect of the freedom of expression in the charter. Mr. Tenazzo's report does speak to it on page 6. Could you give me maybe some feeling of comfort on this, that legalities are addressed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, I can give you some comfort on it, and it's in this form. The legal department has been involved either through myself or through Mr. King, our prosecutor, who's been pretty heavily involved in all the discussions to date. It's sort of what was alluded to earlier, which is absolute prohibitions of signage is illegal and contrary to the charter. When you're looking at regulating signage, that is legal. And my understanding of the case law is, to date, those regulations can include content in terms of third-party advertising, and is the case in most municipalities in Ontario.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, my second question to Mr. Tenazzo. Mr. Tenazzo, in your report, you also addressed the question of permits maybe being applied for online. You say in the report that it may be available in the future. We're looking at it. Could you maybe speak to that a bit? What does the future mean? Is this something short-term, long-term, or can it even happen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, online permitting is being looked at by Building Division. I have spoken with the chief building official fairly recently on this, and he was unable to give me an update or a time frame of when this will happen, other than to say that it is happening, and that what they call these so-called simple permits, such as sign permits, fence permits, would be the first ones to be rolled out via an online platform with online payment. So it is in the works, and it will happen, but unfortunately I can't give you a time frame at this point.
Okay, fair enough. Also, Mr. Tenazzo, we talk about 180 days for the permit for the portable signs. Are we talking about successive days? Can a company take a permit out and the business advertise a weekly special this week, nothing next week, and bring the sign back? Is that the way it's going to work, or is it a successive 6 months that the sign needs to be in operation, if I could put it that way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it can work that day. The wording is up to 180 days, and again, in chatting with the committee and the chief building official, the interpretation would be that if you wanted to take out a permit for a week or a month, you could do that. So if you, for example, if you took a permit out for a month, you would have 5 months left in that calendar year.
Okay, so in effect, a business could approach a sign company and say, and they can talk about a rental agreement for 6 months, and then it's up to the business to let the sign company know which weeks they want to advertise. It could work that way.
Yes.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Tenazzo again. On page 5, Mr. Tenazzo, you speak about, or someone had brought up a question about maybe a way to kind of make enforcement a little easier would be to license the sign companies themselves instead of additional enforcement. Can you speak to that a bit and how that was dealt with at the committee level?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's come up from time to time. It certainly came up, it's come up from various sign companies, not necessarily the portable companies, but certainly the ones that are in the digital and the billboard business. That has been looked at in terms of licensing sign companies, which other municipalities do, and essentially they can have their license revoked if they've had too many infractions, or you can set essentially performance standards for sign companies. Administratively, that's difficult. We felt that our enforcement priorities would be better served kind of being out on the ground and just enforcing the regulations as opposed to setting up a licensing regime for companies and essentially, you know, making it difficult potentially for out-of-town companies to come in and things of that nature. So we decided against that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I have 3 councillors left that want to ask questions. I have Councillor, you don't want to ask councillors? Okay, so I have 2 left. I have Councillor Fad and Councillor Shoemaker. Well, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Fad, you'll be the end of the road here. Councillor Shoemaker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Tenazzo, about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, we got a previous draft of a sign bylaw that was being worked on. And it had some provisions in there like 30-day permits, 21 days without the permit at that location, then 30 days on. You could do that, I think, 3 times a year. Why the change here from that system to 180 days?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the initial sort of suite of regulations was significantly more restrictive. We went to the public with those regulations. Through the online surveys, we heard back that they were too restrictive. And it wasn't just the timing. There was also some regulations in there, for example, that said you couldn't have a portable sign within 25 meters of another portable sign or ground sign on any property. So the regulations in what we heard back was what one business might do on one property would significantly impact another business's ability to do something. We also looked at those regulations and actually did a review, and a lot of our commercial corridors, parts of Trunk Road, parts of Lower Great Northern, Second Line West, this would negate the ability of virtually, I'd say we would see a 95% reduction in portable signs had we carried through those regulations, notwithstanding the 30-day on, 21-day hiatus, which we also felt would be a little bit trickier to enforce and more difficult to enforce than the 6 months on, 6 months off.
You mentioned in your answer a bunch of times there, you know, we did this or we considered this. Does we, in the context of your responses, include the sign companies? Were they, consulted on those issues specifically? When you say the sign, you know, the distance between portable signs, the distance from sign posts, permanent sign posts, or that change from the 3-month period to the 180-day period?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the sign companies were involved, the portable sign companies. So we would have had at least 4 specific meetings, certainly as the first round of public consultation. The second round, once we said this is how we're proposing to regulate these signs, we met with them. And then again, when we changed that. So there was numerous meetings with the portable sign company owners, but there was never a suggestion. Really, the sign company owners made it quite clear from day one that their position was leave it the way it is and enforce it. So essentially, we kind of dialed back and moved, but there wasn't much movement the other way.
So I guess my next question was, were there suggestions specifically from the portable sign companies that were, eventually incorporated into this? It sounds to me from your previous answer like perhaps not, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that's why you're seeing a different version. I think it was incredibly relaxed as a result of concerns that the portable sign companies raised.
Certainly through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a negotiation, and we did back off significantly based on, again, survey work and discussions with the chamber and the portable sign company owners.
Okay. So it was, if I'm understanding correctly, the committee and the planning department looking at the impact that it would have on the portable sign companies, perhaps more so than the sign company saying, maybe take a look at this specific suggestion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And the chamber had proposed I think 2-year deferral, perhaps 3, to reconsider this and come up with a more agreeable solution to all. What is your view as planning staff on that proposal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've been at this for more than 2 years. We've had numerous discussions with the stakeholders, the portable sign stakeholders. I don't see a compromise here. I don't see I don't see a solution whereby the chamber and the portable sign owners would be happy and we'd be able to come together and say this is a set of regulations that we're all happy with.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. That looks like Mr.
Councillor Fada.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first point here, my first question, I guess, has to do with enforcement. I'm going to ask Peter a question here. Just if you gauge the conditions of the current status of our portable signs on from 1 to 10, 1 being acceptable and 10 being totally unacceptable, how much of that would you suggest is being contributed by the city's lack of enforcement? And the reason I'm asking that question is I'm saying that part of the reason why we're here today is because of the city's inability to enforce the standards that people out there expect. Would you not say that that part of the problem here is...
I think you've asked the question, Councillor Fada. Now let's give him a chance to answer it.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fada, I would put forward that enforcement or a lack thereof. I'll concede there's been issues, but it's been overstated. I can't give you a number from 1 to 10, but I can say that the significant issue is the regulations, not the enforcement of them.
Yeah. So a solution, one of the solutions to this problem that we're dealing with today is for the city to start enforcing something that we should have been doing all along. And I've been hearing that from the sign businesses, that if enforcement was in place, maybe the eyesoreness that we've continually had to put up with wouldn't be here today. I'd like to ask, my next question will be posed to Peter and to Rory, if Rory could step up. Part of being on that committee, and again, I'm looking out on a personal basis for the best interest of the city, as we all are. But it seems to me that we're here today and the word compromise has not been dealt with. I don't see any compromise here, where it's like either it's...
Councillor Fada, you were on the committee.
I know that, but part of the reason I bring this up, Mr. Mayor, is the fact that I expected the parties who had the expertise, the vested interest when it comes to the chamber and businesses in Sault Ste. Marie, I expected a compromise more so than I'm seeing here today. I expected that, and yet it seems like that isn't the case. It's either this or that. I mean, we're hearing right now businesses are going to shut down. And that's being taken quite lightly from what I'm gathering right now. I don't take that very lightly. We're talking about, it seems to me, either one extreme or the other. And the word compromise hasn't seemed to be part of this conversation. And the only thing we're getting here now is either we do a delay for 2 years or we push ahead, and no doubt we will be seeing businesses not shutting down, and we're going to see startups that are never going to start up. And this is a very difficult thing for me personally to try and deal with. Somewhere in the middle is the answer, I think, but I don't see that being the case. It's either one or the other. Would you
need to answer. You need to ask.
That's my question. I just say, like, do you see where there's a problem here? I don't see anywhere in this whole conversation where compromise occurred.
So Mr. Tenazzo, sorry, Council, please. Mr. Tenazzo, if you can speak maybe to the process, how long the process has been, who's been included in the process, when you reached out to the Chamber, the opportunity the Chamber's had to participate, what kind of compromise the city's made to date. I mean, you heard Councilor Shoemaker just ask the questions about the change in the bylaw. I know the first time I read the bylaw that you provided, it was a lot more restricted than this bylaw, so I asked you why, and you said, well, because we're trying to kind of find a common ground. So I don't agree with that basic presumption you're making, Councilor Fata, because we were provided with multiple bylaws, and this is by far much more lenient. And you also have to think of compromise in the concept of, we have Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, who represents all the hoteliers, who represent a lot of employees, who are pushing us to completely get rid of these signs. So the bylaw in itself, I think, is in its nature a compromise. But, you know, Mr. Tenazzo, you can speak to that. Then if Mr. Ring wants to speak to the Chamber's involvement or the opportunity the Chamber had to be involved, we can pick it up from there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the Chamber, the portable sign owners, they've been involved since day one, as you know. So from a process standpoint, there's been a lot of opportunities. To speak to where we're at in terms of the regulations, again, I can speak to what other municipalities are doing, and the compromise in effect is we're way off the scales now. What we're proposing is still more permissive and more lenient than what the overwhelming majority, virtually all municipalities that I know of, how they regulate portable signs. So I guess to answer that, we feel we've come a long way towards being more permissive and less restrictive as it relates to portables from where we started.
Mr. Ring, the question was also directed at you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata. There's been a great deal of conversation between the city and the Chambers of Commerce and the portable sign providers. Where there hasn't been the conversation, which is clear, I think, through not only the city's survey, but also our own, is the conversation with the end user to answer the question, why do you use portable signs? Why do they work? What will this do to change your business model, and how will it impact you? I think actually what we have in our policy resolution and our recommendation speaks to exactly the matter at hand. And how do we move forward to ensure that we do end up with something that is, as in Donna's words, progressive and innovative and moves the dial on where Sault Ste. Marie can go? I think we need to explore those things. And we need to explore the implications that this has. I think Peter has done a very good job in translating some of those issues to do with the flags, to do with the digital signs. But don't forget, we're sitting here with great consternation about what to do with portable signs. And just to say, well, a business can go and get a ground sign. A business can go get a digital sign. Somebody who gets a digital sign for $100 a month or whatever that is, I don't know, to buy a $20,000 digital sign is totally different. To do a $1,300 a month billboard is totally different. To engage in social media communications requires a skill set that the business owner may not have, nor have the time to manage. So the question is, are you comfortable tonight changing the business model for a significant number of small business people without engaging in that conversation?
Do you have any additional questions, Councillor Fata?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask Ian to step up. Is he still here? Yeah. I have to apologize right off the bat. I think I'm going to probably just be using you only because you're a member of the EDC and you're also obviously the member of Tourism Sault Ste. Marie. But I'm going to ask you just a hypothetical question. And let's base this question on the basis that we have an enforced system in place. So what you see out there right now wouldn't look the same as it would if it was enforced. If we had the ability to enforce it, those portable signs wouldn't be as much of an eyesore.
Councillor Fada, can we stop for a second? What you've heard from our city staff is that the system that's in place right now, as enforced, will look exactly what it looks like right now, to the tune of maybe a variance of 10%. So you keep on insisting something to be opposite than what the city staff is telling us. They're saying the bylaw as it is largely being enforced, but the bylaw is a very, very old bylaw that is incredibly permissive. So if they enforce it, it's not going to look any different than it does right now. But you keep on insisting otherwise.
I'm just trying to say that there's issues right now, like third-party locations. There's things that are in place right now where they're creating this so-called eyesore that some people seem to feel is such a large issue. My question to Ian is this. I'm just going to give what is a bigger eyesore? Okay, a system in place where we have portable signs properly maintained, properly taken care of, in the right location. What's worse for you as a member of Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, when a tourist comes across that bridge and sees SR Steel to its left, sees all the smoke and everything else? Okay, what would be worse? As far as first, we keep talking about the city and these portable signs create such a terrible impression. What is worse, seeing SR Steel and hopefully that stack there's lots of smoke coming out of there, because if there's not, we're in trouble. What is worse when it comes to first impressions? I'm just asking you for your just general opinion.
Well, Mr. Mayor, through you, I think that's it's a very difficult question to answer. It's obviously hypothetical. Yeah. I think the intent here is not to, compare SR Steel with portable signs. I think that's unfair unto itself. Most communities have industrial areas. Most communities have, let's use Pittsburgh as an example. They're home to one of the biggest steel plants in the United States, yet that city is very aesthetically pleasing. I don't think the conversation you're having today here really relates to the aesthetic beauty of Algoma-Stir SR Steel compared to a sign.
But Councillor Fada, we're approaching 2.5 hours of questions.
Yeah, okay.
So the hypotheticals, you can ask any relevant, legitimate question you want, but the hypotheticals are not helpful. Okay,
that's fine. I'm just going to ask one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm going to ask this to Peter again. And this is going to be to do with digital signs. Again, it's this notion that the city or the government will protect you. But the last time I looked, there's no portable signs in downtown Toronto. There's no portable signs. But if you go down to the corner of Yonge and Dundas, there's enough digital signs that you cannot see anything for the digital signs. What my question to you is, again, the issue of digital signs, I find it fascinating how it seems like we have to make sure that everything's in place. People might be distracted and they might have an accident. What do the people say in downtown Toronto? Why is it that we seem to, Mike, this is a question. Why do we seem to want to look more like Hornpain or White River or a Duberville in terms of controls? The fact remains, we're getting carried away with this notion that, well, people are behind that wheel, we got to make sure that they're not distracted. It gets to a point of ridiculousness. People take responsibility when they're behind the wheel of that car. We were dealing with the corner of Wawanosh and Great Northern Road. I think Wawanosh has about 20 cars a day, but that person is being told you can't put a digital sign because it's right next to that to the street lights. He can't put a sign there. Go to the corner of Yonge and Dundas and see how many digital signs there are there. And we're making a big deal. Why are we making such a big deal? Okay, I'll ask Councilor Myers. Why do we make such a big deal about distractions and people that might end up with all kinds of accidents? What are they doing about that in downtown Toronto? Why are we getting so carried away with this notion that it's gone to the point of ridiculousness?
Thank you, Councillor Fada. Can you answer that question, Mr. Tenazzo? Through
you, Mr. Mayor, somewhat similar to what I said earlier, digital signs were a very divisive item. We passed bylaw 2012-167 in 2012, and we've just carried forward those regulations to this new bylaw. You'll note that the top sign issue that we got back from the survey work was that we weren't hard enough on digital signs. So again, it's another one of these divisive issues, and we felt that we came right down the middle and created a balanced approach to digital signage. We're not Yonge and Dundas. They've created a brand similar to Times Square, Las Vegas. That wasn't the situation here. If somebody wanted to do that on a particular corner here in Sault Ste. Marie, We have a variance process, we have a procedure where they could look into something, and we would review something like that.
Okay. So council, it's again, we're over 2.5 hours now on questions. I think what we're going to do is everybody can have their shot at a final statement if you want to make one. We're not going to go back and forth, so when it gets to you, you can say what you got to say, and then when we're done, is anybody going to be asked for a recorded vote? Yeah, so when I figured that was coming, so when we're done, we're going to go through the roll call and do a recorded vote. I'm going to go in the same order that you answered questions in, so you asked questions in. So Councillor Hoopinen, do you have any comments to make?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just having a bit of a difficult time trying to decide when I don't think I know everything about the situation. I don't know how many jobs are at jeopardy. I don't know how many businesses are going to be closed. I just have too many I don't knows, so I'm just not quite sure. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hoopinen. We have Councillor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be brief here. Just wrote some notes that I heard people talk, all good discussions and questions. I think it comes down to a number of things here tonight. The word decluttering seems to stand out in my mind. I'll be thinking about it tonight. I think it does come to enforcement, and I blame myself as a city councillor for not acting on it over the years. We talk about dirty yards, we talk about derelict buildings, Mr. Mayor. The number one thing is enforcement. I think compromise is a good word that I heard here tonight. I'm not hearing that tonight here. I'm not confident that we're serving everybody's best interest, the sign people and also the businesses who need to survive. And also, I don't think we're serving our own needs, the city's interests. So I'm not going to support the recommendation.
Okay, so we have Councillor Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is about aesthetics. That's the underlying issue that we've been hearing about in terms of what's being proposed. I thought that what we heard from Tourism Sault Ste. Marie presented a very strong argument with respect to the aesthetics issue and how it affects one of the main industries in Sault Ste. Marie. All that being said, we've got these signs, they've been there, they continue to be there, and that industry is still present. Is it affected? Certainly. To what extent? We don't have that information. Aesthetics are very important, and we do have a branding out there as being naturally gifted, and I agree with all of that. But under our current economic climate, the situation we presently find ourselves in this city, and by the way, I'll make a comment to the mayor's video earlier today on our CAC committee. Very good job, by the way. That shows and highlights one of the major issues we face in Sault Ste. Marie right now. Major problems surrounding SR, surrounding the economic uncertainty for all of our businesses. So you take the aesthetics issue, which is a big one and an important one, and nobody wants to see a cluttered, messy-looking city. But right now, under our economic times that we face, I feel like it's just it's the right idea, but at the wrong time. And as a result of that, I'm not prepared to support the resolution as it presently stands, or the bylaw. If there were minimum standards in place only, I think I would have a different opinion. But as it presently stands, I think that it is a bad idea, and it sends the wrong message to our business community. And there's two main reasons why I wouldn't support the resolution as it presently stands. Number one, I think it is going to hurt a number of our businesses. We have 3 businesses that have attended here today, and all 3 of those businesses said if this bylaw were to pass in the current form that it's before us, they would all close their doors. That's 3 businesses that would shut down. That's all of the employees that they would have to let go within those 3 businesses. We had the Chamber of Commerce attend and speak on behalf of local business and indicate how much it would affect their ability, those other businesses' ability to continue to do businesses within our community. I think we're sending the wrong message to our community I think we need to be showing that we are open for business. I think we need to be doing more to promote small business entrepreneurs and the like, as opposed to putting roadblocks in front of their ability to do business. I don't want to go on and belabor this, but I run a small business in the community, and I can attest to the fact that the cost of advertising with portable signs is a fraction of the other mediums of advertising out there. And for a small business to survive and expect to be able to do advertising through web-based or other media types of advertising, it's not affordable. There's no way to do it. It's not realistic for a small business to be able to survive and advertise in that fashion. And then you look at the nature of having to, where you're restricted, that you can only put a sign up on property that you own. Those types of aspects of the resolution, they make it, or the bylaw, they make it impossible for so many businesses to be able to advertise. There's not a lot of people who own property in the core areas such as Trunk Road or Great Northern Road. They cannot afford to either buy the property to put the sign up. They need to use it. They need to rent space off of someone else. In addition to that, the people who are renting out space to businesses to put their signs on it, they're generating revenue to offset other expenses. So the effect on our business community is hugely significant. And I would say that while I support the idea of the aesthetics, and I think it is important to clean up the present situation we find ourselves in, clean up the present status of the signs that we have, I think, again, it's the right idea at the wrong time. The second major reason I have in my mind, and I think it needs to be important to us all, why I'm against the resolution as it presently is that it's just simply put, in my opinion, premature. From an enforcement perspective, I heard a lot of comments here today. I didn't ask any specific questions on it because the answers seemed to address the question I had well enough. We do not have a mechanism of enforcement in place. I find it a little disheartening when we can say in one argument or one sentence that we have, that enforcement's not going to be a problem, when at countless meetings in this chamber, we have talked about a problem with enforcement. We've talked about the lack of a bylaw officer or a bylaw officer who has way too much on his plate and doesn't have the time to do other additional work. We had 4 meetings where we talked about rats. And over and over and over and over again, we were told that there just wasn't an ability for our bylaw officer to handle additional duties or go to people's yards to make sure grass was cut and all these sorts of things like that, because there was too much on his plate. He didn't have the ability to do it. We needed more bylaw officers. Then in the report that's before us, and I quote, "It is anticipated that sign bylaw enforcement would constitute 25% of a full-time position." 25% of a full-time position just to enforce this bylaw. Who's going to enforce it? And later on, it does make a comment that we won't need to worry about this until May 2019. It doesn't make any sense. How do you create a law before you have the enforcement mechanism in place to ensure that it's going to be properly dealt with?
There's a 2-year period, Councillor Mano.
It still doesn't matter, Mr. Mayor. You do not create the law first and then expect to deal with it thereafter. And you can make your comments in response to it, and I respect those comments. But it presupposes that we will necessarily hire another bylaw officer in the future. You're putting the cart before your horse. It's the classic suck and blow type of scenario here. First, we determine whether or not we have the bylaw officer. First, we determine if we have the proper mechanism in place to ensure that there is an enforcement of the bylaw. Then you can look at creating new laws. It's just, it's backwards. It doesn't make sense. So for that reason, I don't think that we are in a position to pass this at this current time. I think that it is bad for business. It's sending the wrong message to all the local businesses in the community. I found the story slightly heartwarming for Mr. Hammond. He's got a son who's writing exams right now and is running a business locally in town. That's what we want to see. We want to create a community for young people and young entrepreneurs to want to flourish, to want to succeed. We don't want to put more roadblocks in front of these types of people. That's the wrong message to send right now, especially in our current climate. And we don't even have the ability to enforce this resolution as it stands, or this bylaw. So for those reasons, I would say, while I think it's the right idea, and while I would support minimum standards, it's the right idea, but it's at the wrong time.
Councillor Myers. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee that has worked on this for the past 3 years. It's a very difficult task to have a brand-new bylaw in place, and that I do respect for your hard work. I believe the bylaw needs to be changed, definitely. And I think this bylaw is a good start. I totally disagree with this 120 days. To me, that's a very major concern when for these sign companies, when 80 to 100% of them are annual rentals. I don't think council should be in the business of closing businesses, and this is what's going to happen, that these businesses will close, and also the businesses that rent these signs. I'm very disappointed how the Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Sault Ste. Marie are completely opposite on this. I figure the experience in Tourism Sault Ste. Marie and the Chamber of Commerce get together and come back and maybe work with some of the businesses regarding a new bylaw. I think this one just needs to be fine-tuned a little bit. And I think we're close, but a little bit of work is needed. But I will probably vote not to accept this new bylaw. I am worried that businesses will close, businesses won't rent these signs anymore, and it is a cheap way of advertising. I'm sure some of you councillors use these signs when you were campaigning. So it is a cheap way of advertising, and for these smaller businesses, they can afford it. Stiffer penalties are required. If they're not following the bylaw, the sign companies, then there should be stiffer penalties. Then it's not going to happen again. And finally, we've been talking about it for about 3 years. We do need another bylaw officer. And we're just beating around the bush here. And it's time to look at this seriously for a new, for an additional bylaw officer, because I'm sure many of the councillors here have received calls, and it does take close to 90 days to have it rectified, the problem. If it's a backyard problem, it takes over 90 days by the time a letter from legal is sent out, and by the time the person or the homeowner has to clean up their yard. We need another bylaw officer. And I think, pardon? Oh, thank you.
Well, Councillor Butland, you can start with that.
I apologize.
You're up next.
Yeah, the committee, 2 years, worked at 3 years, pardon me, and we have no satisfying either side. They're diametrically opposed. Donna, you did twig my conscience, I have to say. It's probably 10 years ago, I said, yes, let's get rid of all these signs. They are aesthetically displeasing and so on, but I've moved, and I'm somewhat convinced now that they're necessary for some of the businesses. But when we say, we're not Niagara-on-the-Lake, and we're not Petoskey, we're not Traverse City, for sure, but we're not even Sudbury, Timmins, or North Bay. So we're an outlier in this thing, and using Peter's words. And I'm not comfortable with that. We're more lenient than everybody, and to me, that's not a comfortable place to be. I think we could form a committee for another 3 years and probably be in the same situation. You want to twig the new bylaw a little bit? I don't know. The enforcement, I think, is much exaggerated. The aesthetics, I don't think they're all that pleasing, but they're not the eyesore that I once thought they were. So at the very least, I think this is a step forward. Some of you say it's a small step, and some of you say it's a giant leap. So making neither side happy, that's where I'm going. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth. Sorry, I apologize. It's Councillor Krampotic and Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano. Just quick, I also want to thank the committee and all the presenters that came to the mic today. It takes a lot of guts to be able to do that and to answer the questions. Some of them are pretty tough. But I'm going to be voting against the resolution, and for the main reasons is I'm really worried about possible job loss and some closures of companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I do feel for small businesses, and I do feel for those that are renting out these signs. But I do also want to emphasize that social media has done a great benefit to small businesses at really pennies. I know from my own experience, I have set up 2 websites using a professional individual from our own community for $600. I've also set up a second website through an unprofessional person who charged me $100. And to maintain these websites is not costly. And basically, social media helps to build the brand. Social media basically increases relationships with your clients. It helps to increase your market inside your own community and outside your own community. So I would say strongly that these businesses that are using the portable signs or signs in general are probably using social media very effectively and basically within manageable costs. So at this time, I think that this bylaw is positive for the city, and we are moving in the right direction. So I will be supporting the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nero? You don't have to make a statement.
I know. I'm well aware of that, Mr. Mayor. I came in here undecided, and I was decided, and now I'm undecided. The only solace I take in this whole thing is it's a 2-year phase-in. I'm not sure what that buys us. I guess that during the 2 years, if there's something that comes up and hits us in the face that's very obvious, we can always amend the bylaw to suit that problem or to correct that problem. I'm certainly not comfortable passing a bylaw that suggests that we're going to impact jobs. I know that, numbers have been said and suggested, and, I don't think we can sit around here and agree that X amount of jobs are what we're going to affect by passing this bylaw. We just don't know that. And I don't know that the Chamber's suggestion, either by delaying this for 2 years and then starting another 2-year phase-in period after that, that we would even find out what kind of numbers that we're going to impact by passing a bylaw of this nature. Mr. Cook alluded to the fact that we've been talking about signed bylaws, some of us have, for a long time. I can tell you my experience, the conversations have always been the same. They're very identical. If I had my notes from 1988, they would probably be the same as what they are tonight. They are the same concerns that are brought up. They're the same pros. They're the same cons. They're the same concerns tourism brought up. They're the same concerns the sign companies bring up. And they're the same concerns, although I think this time, I don't know how many times I've heard the presentations, but I think the Chamber has taken a position. Most other times it was, to my recollection, a little bit more neutral than what it was tonight, and that's not a criticism. I appreciate the fact that they were more definitive in their presentation. So I know I only have a few minutes to make up my mind on this, but it is a difficult one. And, you know, at the end of the day, my main concern and the one that's going to keep me up from sleeping tonight is how many jobs did I impact? That's not why I'm on council, to impact jobs. But it is our responsibility for the appearance of this city. And portable signs have been the subject of appearance for a long time. And we kept, I can't say that we kept deferring it and pushing it aside. We have, over the years, made some decisions with portable signs. We were told tonight that as far as enforcement, we're pretty well there. It's the bylaw that has to change if we're not happy with the number of portable signs. So, I mean, enforcement is enforcement. We have that, I think, from what I understand, it's under control. We do need another enforcement bylaw officer. I'm not going to contest that. I agree with that. But if people are not happy with the number of portable signs that we have in the city, then this bylaw, the way it's written, is the only way that we're going to change that. There are some things that this bylaw doesn't directly address that are pet peeves of my own with portable signs, and that's through the maintenance part of it. But I heard tonight that maybe some of them have been taken care of. But, I mean, the most important outcome of this bylaw is the impact on business. And I just don't know, and I listened to everybody tonight, and I understand what everybody said. I understand the bylaw, but I don't think if we wait 2 years or wait 3 years and put a committee together and include even more people on that committee, that we're going to get a very good understanding of what the impact is on business and what it's going to mean to the sign companies that operate the sign businesses today. We do know one thing, that third-party advertising is going to be impacted big time, and somebody who does 75, 80% of their business in third-party advertising is definitely impacted. Those are my comments.
Councilor Shoemaker?
Wait.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm listening to the debate, and everyone is sort of taking the words right out of my mouth. That they're right on the line on this one. I think I'm probably in the same boat. I heard from tourism, I heard from the chamber, I heard from 3 businesses very directly affected by this. There's no doubt they all care deeply about our city. Tourism wants to improve our city. The chamber wants to improve our city. The 3 business owners want to improve themselves and their business in our city. So I have no doubt that everyone's in this for the right reasons. But Councillor Butland took a word off my note sheet, and I'm wondering if he peeked over here. We are just at diametrically opposed viewpoints here, and unfortunately, we as council have to make the decision one way or another. That's what we were elected to do. It's never a terribly comfortable position in situations like this where you've got such strong views on both sides and such impact of your decision one way or another. This is not a perfect sign bylaw. If I was drafting it, there are things I would have left out of there. The third-party advertising provision, I'm not sure I totally get it. But is it on balance better than what we currently have? I think it's on balance better than what we currently have. It's taken 3 years to get here. And, Councilor Nero said it, I'm not sure another 3 or 4 or 5 years would get us any further than we are. We still would have uncertainties and questions that we'd have would probably be very similar to the ones we heard tonight. So I'm going to support the bylaw, but it's not an easy decision. I will say it's a tough one. But like Councilor Nero said, I'm hopeful that over the course of the next 2 years, perhaps there could be some adjustments where we think that there are potential areas of concern, of significant concern. One of those areas is that I would hope that they would look at is third-party advertising.
Yes.
I'd like to table a resolution with respect to this too. And I'm not sure if now would be the time, would have to come before any vote on the matter, but just given the nature of the comments, even those councillors here who are suggesting that they are going to support it are doing so with significant trepidation in terms of questions that are being suggested about confusion, about unanswered questions, concerns about the potential of numbers not being present. So I wanted to table a deferral and a reconsideration, not a reconsideration.
Councillor Mann, I'm just going to stop you there. I think we should finish hearing everybody out. I think that would be fair first, because we haven't yet.
All right.
And then after we've heard everybody out, before we vote on the resolution, if you wanted to put something forward, we can canvass it on that time.
Thank you.
So we have left Councillor Fata, Councillor Christian, and myself. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Fata.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, same thing that somebody already has said. How many business closures or non-startups will it take for us to realize that this bylaw in its current form is totally unacceptable? I've never shied away from the fact that I have the highest respect for the Chamber of Commerce. I think that they represent not only their membership, but they represent all businesses here in Sault Ste. Marie. Who else would be more concerned about the image of this city, about the city being in a healthy state, about the city progressing? If you've got a healthy business person, you've got someone that's improving his business, enhancing his labor force, paying his taxes. Who more so would be concerned about the image of Sault Ste. Marie than the very people that represented by the Chamber of Commerce? And we're sitting here judging whether they have self-serving reasons. People that are in business in this city, and we're talking about right now, we're talking that people's lives are at stake here. Do we know how many? How many is acceptable? It's important to realize this, that if you got a healthy business environment, it's good for everybody. But yet we're seeming to acting like they're doing it for self-serving reasons. If they're in a healthy state and they're doing well, they're going to worry about the image of Sault Ste. Marie a lot more than anybody at this table, I would suggest, because their livelihoods are here. Most of us can just sell our homes and get out of town. They've got their business, they've got their reputation, they've built up a clientele. These people have a vested interest in Sault Ste. Marie, so their input for me is very important. And this is one of the main reasons why I'm voting against this, is because their input is important. And I think that we all have to realize that, because we are voting here to shut down several businesses, and we're probably voting. We have this incubation program over at the mill market, and we're creating small business possibilities. Here we are, we're going to shut them down before they even open their doors for the very first time. This is critical here. Again, we don't have numbers, but we all know that those numbers are there and they're real. So there's no way in its current state I would not vote for this. And I don't think anybody here at this table, if they do care about this city and what's important here, I think would realize that we cannot vote for it in its current state. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Christian. Before you get going, Councillor Christian, thank you for the significant amount of work as one of the two city councillors on the committee that you did on this. That should be acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to remain calm.
I'd appreciate that.
First of all, I want to thank Peter Tanasso and the rest of staff, Don McConnell. It has been 3.5 years. We started off talking about digital signage, and I don't want council or the city to lose sight of the fact that this is a comprehensive bylaw and one that deals with all sorts of signage in Sault Ste. Marie, and I think we've made great progress in terms of language in the bylaw and things of that nature. some people around council want to characterize it in their own way to allow themselves to make an expeditious decision. The fact of the matter is that this bylaw, although some people will say, you know, you've got rules, you've got regulations, we don't work in a perfect free market society. There are rules everywhere. And having said that, these rules are more specific. The bylaw is more specific when it comes to terminology and language, and that's a good thing. Nothing else, people know what they're dealing with now, if it's passed. The committee, I could tell you, tried very, very hard to balance the needs of everyone. We did do a lot of solicitation. When we thought we had an answer, we thought we had a direction, we got more input, we went back to the table. And I'll address some of the comments that were made from the presenters and even from council, which I take exception to, but we'll get to that later. I also want to thank the stakeholders, everybody that came to the committee meetings to provide input, to the people that provided input through the survey, et cetera, et cetera. So the bylaw, for the most part, I think is a very good bylaw. I would be lying if I said I didn't have some concerns about it. But the reality is that as councillors, we deal with issues that are not black and white. People can present, they can stand in front of the mic and paint their world any way they want, and they're legitimate concerns. But as councillors, and especially for those of us on the committee, we're trying to do what's best for the community as a whole, and I keep saying that. Unfortunately, as you heard tonight, a lot of people speak in hyperbole when it comes to their issues, you know, and some of them are legitimate, I get that. When we start talking about the impacts, that cuts both ways. Unless you have specific data, it's a dangerous thing to talk about what's going to happen, all right? We don't know. Now, you can argue then, well, if you don't know, don't do anything. But the fact of the matter, this is not a ban on signage. We're simply getting in line with the rest of the province, especially Northern Ontario. I have not heard any reports from Sudbury, from Timmins. Timmins has 30 days. Hamilton, 14 days. Thunder Bay, 4 months. I haven't heard any major reports coming out of those areas. So I get it, and I simply want to say this. I know that this is going to have some impact on the sign companies, and I'm very aware of that, and that's what's kept me up at night. But unfortunately, I, as a councillor, as we all do, and I'll remind all of you, that we have to make a decision which is best for the city. And it's a tough decision, and it's not one I take lightly. So when I hear comments from the crowd that we should spend less time trying to find ways to restrict business, I take exception to that. Really? Is that what you come to tell me at council, that I'm trying to restrict business? That's insulting. And we really hit at the heart of some issues here, and I think Councillor Bruni pointed it out. If we're going to start pointing fingers and saying that we're trying to restrict business, the examples tonight are a classic example of what's going on in this community. We have the Chamber of Commerce saying one thing, and we have tourism saying another thing. If we want to move the city forward, perhaps our city leaders should get together along with us and pull in the same direction. It's been 3 years we've been working on this. We have a showdown in council? Really? Unfortunately, we have an oversight role. We have to look at the community as a whole, just like we have to look at derelict properties. That's part of our responsibility. The sad thing is, no matter what side you want to argue for, there's no quantitative data. This is a subjective issue. What do we want Sault Ste. Marie to look like? Yes, I want to support business. Yes, local business will still have opportunities to rent signs. But the fact of the matter is, on Friday, I drove from 4th Line south on Great Northern Road, then traveled east on Trunk Road. I counted 7 portable signs that told me to buckle up, drive safely, or we're empty. When I got to Wellington Square, there were 8, I stopped counting at 8. I had to put my eyes back on the road. I wasn't sure if there was a 9th sign there, okay? So that's not hyperbole. That's what I saw. So is the system perfect right now? No, it's not. And I'm not trying to put people out of business, and I'm not trying to curtail business, and I'm not trying to send a message that I'm trying to curtail business. We're trying to do what's right for Sault Ste. Marie. And we do have to look to the future. And the fact of the matter is, most of the young people that I'm dealing with say they, again, it's not, I can't give you a number, but I can tell you that several of them are talking about, like, they go on the internet to get information. I'm not saying that portable signs aren't important. They are. But we are changing as a community. We as councillors, the Chamber of Commerce, Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, sure, we could support the portable sign business and we can support people that use them, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we are also in the 21st century. So I still think that this strikes a balance. I do feel for the sign companies, but I'd like to remain hopeful that, through all of this, that, adjustments can be made, but it is a 2-year implementation. We could put this thing off forever, but to me, that's the easy way out. We need to deal with it. I like the fact that the Chamber talked about open communication. That's what's needed. The key now is, what is the Chamber and its membership and Tourism Sault Ste. Marie going to do, depending on how this thing rolls out? If, in fact, we agree to accept this bylaw, then it's contingent upon all of us to move forward and not lament. We need, as a community leaders, to move forward. I know I'm rambling a little bit here, but I just take exception to some of the comments that are made, and I think it's a little unfair, and I think it's bad for the community. I think inadvertently, when people make those comments, when people who don't follow the news quite that closely and get the sound bites, and so said they're against business, that's what they listen to. And that's the underlying malaise in Sault Ste. Marie. Council's against business. That's simply not true, and that's insulting. Let's try to work this bylaw as best we can. If you decide to accept it, it's a step forward, and I hope that we can come together and not point fingers.
So, thank you, Councillor Christian. I want to acknowledge the hard work that the committee did. Councillor Christian, Councillor Fada, staff, I know staff did a lot of work on this. This started prior to this council. So it's something that's been ongoing for a while. And frankly, one way or the other, I think a decision should be made on it so we can move forward. Either it's a good sign bylaw we can accept and support and move forward with it, or it isn't and it dies. But because the reality is we spent 3 years of our human resource at this building to try and sort this problem out. And this is not a ban on portable signs. It is simply regulation of portable signs. And I take Mr. Tenazzo to be ethical and conscientious, and I have no reason to disbelieve him when he tells us we're an outlier. We have no regulation in this industry. And all we're doing is bringing ourselves into the mainstream, but we still will be one of the most lenient communities, the very least in our comparators, but as I understand it, across the province. So I'm comforted by that. I'm comforted by recognizing this is a 2-year period here for the affected business to adjust. But we have, I think, 2 responsibilities, is to make tough decisions and to balance competing positions. And we saw a very significantly competing position today from a group that says, look, this is bad, we shouldn't be doing this, and a group that says, look, this isn't enough, you're not going far enough. And I think, as Councillor Butland said, sometimes when you land in the middle and you're making maybe both groups unhappy, you're kind of closer to where you should be. And I don't understand the proposition that we shouldn't be regulating this type of activity in our community. It's part of our responsibility. And we can't lose sight of the number of employees and the number of business that's generated from our tourism. So we have to balance those positions. We have to balance the positions of the companies that own these signs and that put them out in the marketplace, and we have to balance the other economic positions that are before us. And I think that the people who worked on this, the people who started it, saw a problem. Councillor Butland, Councillor Nero, you've both made comments that this has been ongoing for a lot of years. The councillors that sat on at this table prior to us decided to initiate this. 3 years later, a ton of hours, a ton of work, the people that were involved from the city's end said we did the best we could, and we think we got to a pretty good place. And I don't know what more we're asking them to say, go back and do it again. And I don't think we should. If this fails, it fails, and that's the end of it, and we'll proceed. But I don't think we should be saying to them, go back and do the work that you've already done. And to me, this bylaw, however imperfect it might be, represents a balance. And I'm glad that the city decided to go on the lenient end so that it would be less challenging for those that are in the industry. So I want to commend that work. And I want to just underline the fact that nobody is banning portable signage here. You can still have portable signage. You can still rent portable signage. You can still be in the business of renting portable signage. We're just putting some reasonable restrictions on that have been asked for by other facets of our community. These are tough decisions, but I think it's our responsibility to make them, whether they're easy or they're not easy. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for the work that was done. I think the bylaw on balance is fair and reasonable, and I would be supporting it in that respect. So we have we had an issue that was raised in debate. I checked with the clerk. He said I was correct that during debate we can't be debating a postpone or deferral. But prior to voting, if somebody's asking for one, we can have a debate on that. Councillor Mano, are you moving something?
I am, yes, Mr. Mayor, and I have an indication from Councillor Turco he was going to second. So should I just read
Is it a deferral of the matter? Is it a
Is it
a postponement of the matter?
It's a deferral, but there's perhaps I'll just speak generally and I'll be very brief.
I need to get a sense of what
it is a deferral and a request that it return with an amendment to include minimum standards and not any specific prohibitions as to third-party advertising, and that it return to council within the next 90 days, which is specific to be before.
That's a more substantive. That's much more substantive than a deferral.
Well, it's still a deferral, but yes, it's substantive in nature that it would amend the existing.
It's not a deferral. That's not a postponement. I'll ask the clerk his opinion on it, but I'm not of the opinion that's a postponement. You're substantially changing the bylaw. So it's a substantive motion.
Well, it would still be heard at this time, though, before we vote on the actual motion, I would think, given all the comments that we've heard.
It's a question of whether it would be out of order. I'll defer to the clerk's expertise here.
Well, perhaps we let the clerk answer the question. Yeah, there's a lot of chatter, I think, maybe Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, certainly what's being put forward is something beyond mere postponement motion and would have to be dealt with in a different manner than a pure postponement. If I could ask the councillor to repeat the more substantive portion of what he's
sure.
authored.
Specifically, therefore be it resolved that the said bylaw proposal be deferred to answer certain questions I referred to earlier, and further be it resolved that the said bylaw be reconsidered to include minimum standards and not include any specific prohibitions as to third-party advertising for portable signs. And further, that this return to council within the next 90 days.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the difficulty with that motion as worded as I see it is it's going beyond a postponement, which would normally be done so council could have more time to reflect on it, but it's actually making substantive changes to what would be brought back to council. I would think council could consider postponing
the matter if it wanted to, just on the face of it. And when the matter was brought back, it could consider the potential amendments or substantive changes Councillor Romano is suggesting, but I don't think you can do it as part of a purely postponement motion.
Then if Councillor Turco is content with this, I would simply have it read, whereas there still remains confusion in a number of unanswered questions surrounding the proposed sign bylaw, therefore be it resolved that the bylaw proposal be deferred to answer said questions, and further be it resolved that that this return to council within the next 90 days.
Yeah, there's only one person that can speak against it. Only the mover, the seconder, can speak against it. That Councillor Fada is one of those people, so he would not be in a position to speak against it because I think you're in favor of it, I think. So Councillor Hollingsworth, if you'd like, you could speak against the deferral.
And would I speak for or?
Yeah, you could speak for the deferral. She could speak against the deferral.
Okay, thank you. I'll provide this to clerk then, because I understand.
That's fine. You don't need to provide it to us now. Go ahead, Councillor Romano, if you want to speak. And then once you're done speaking, Councillor Hollingsworth, you can speak, and then we'll have a vote on the deferral.
This is a very serious matter. I've heard both sides. I think I really appreciate the passion Councillor Christian has brought forward. I think you've highlighted some very important issues. I think we all have. I don't take away from anything that's been said by either of the diametrically opposed factions, if you will. The fact remains that what I'm hearing from a lot of the councillors, especially those who have indicated a willingness to vote in favor of the bylaw, that there are still questions that remain, there are still concerns on their mind, and they're still worried about it. And there seems to be this feeling that we should just passively acquiesce to what's presently on the table because it's a happy medium, whereas we do not actually have a lot of the answers. Councillor Hollingsworth referred to referencing social media. Do we have the answers as to who's actually using that? Do we know that, are we recognizing that so much of our community is above the age of 55? Is that something that is going to be relied on in terms of advertising? We've heard concerns about number of jobs that may be actually lost through it. Can we quantify that? Can we determine? Maybe we can get some of those answers. Can we determine whether or not there would be a happy medium whereby if we just set minimum standards alone, maybe that's something that the sign companies out there will say, yes, I'd be happy to agree to not use this type of material or have these particular setbacks. There might be a happy medium here, so we don't have to do something so aggressive as just put an outright ban on certain types of use of signs. The third party advertising I find very problematic, because what that is saying is if you don't own the property, you can't put up the sign. So that is a problem. I don't see why we would pass something just because we feel like we're settling in the middle. There might be an answer there that everybody can live with. Why would we want to rush this through right now? And I get the idea that it's been worked on for several years, everyone, but this is the first time it's been before me. The first time I've heard about this bylaw. The first time that this council has weighed this decision as to making changes of this nature. So to defer it for 90 days so that we can get some answers, and at a minimum, there's 3 businesses here. We heard from them individually saying it's going to cause them to close their doors. I think we owe it to the community to take 90 days and give this some thought and see if there is a happy medium there. Maybe there is. And I know the members of the committee are going to likely say, I don't think it's going to help us. I don't think it's going to change anything. But we're in the winter season. We're not seeing a lot of this as much right now. This 90 days takes us to the end of the winter season, beginning of May. We still have the opportunity to clean things up. Doesn't seem very unreasonable.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Speaking to the idea of not for the deferral, thank you for your comments, Councillor Romano. I just want to reiterate a few things, and I just want to say, Councillor Christian, well done. But yes, we have to remind ourselves that if this bylaw is passed, it's not going to be implemented for 2 years. And I do like the fact that in these 2 years, we should encourage the leaders of this community, as Councillor Christian was saying, tourism, Chamber of Commerce, and others to work together and there is still 2 years potentially to make some modifications if the leaders, if the community feels is necessary. Yes, a lot of hard work has been put into this, and we have to acknowledge the committee, we have to acknowledge staff members, but we also have to acknowledge the citizens of this community that have written to us, that have called us, emailed us, and taken their time to provide their insights. So having said this, we are not saying that we're kiboshing portable signs at all. We are basically saying that we do care for the look of the city, we do care for tourism, and we do care, as Councillor Christian said, for businesses. And yes, as a business owner, I can admit, and I will say it again, our business has been impacted by certain bylaws in the past, but we have come to those terms. We did have 2 years with a bylaw that was implemented. We had basically 1 month. So having said that, we have to remember that there are other communities in Northern Ontario that we talked about, Sudbury and so forth. We also look at other communities in Southern Ontario, Cambridge, Kitchener and so forth, that have looked at this. And again, we do need to bring our own bylaws up to date. So this is a very good start. So again, I want to reiterate that it's still 2 years away, and I really feel that we have a chance to work even closer together. We have, I hate to use this term, but we have a straw dog on the table right now, and who knows how we can enhance it, but it's a good start. Thank you.
Okay, so this vote's just on the deferral. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, a recorded vote was asked for. Mayor Provenzano, so Councillor Turco, again, this vote is for or against the postponement.
To defer it. It's a
A
postponement.
postponement for a 90-day period is my
And
understanding.
what does he want in return? What information does he want?
That's not part of the,
It's not part of the motion.
not part of the motion.
So it's deferral to let it sit for 90 days and then come back and we talk about it again?
That's what it is.
Well, shouldn't we have some type, if there's a deferral, can't we add something to it to have the staff come back to us? Pardon?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, the problem with the motion as first put to me was that it was going even further than that and laying out what it expected back from staff as far as striking certain provisions of the bylaw. And that you are...
The deferral had in it to strike parts of the bylaw. So like you're actually not just deferring something, you're striking it, right? So this is putting the decision off. And then in the meantime, if council wants to discuss things, council would have the opportunity to do that.
There is one substantive aspect of it, though, that it still references, it starts off, whereas there still remain confusion and a number of unanswered questions. And then in the therefore be it resolved that it be deferred to answer said questions. So there are, and there is some room for discussion surrounding those points. I think that leaves it, I think that's about the happy medium with respect to this.
Okay, so we're having a vote on it now. Councillor Butland is giving me his motion to call the vote, but we're already there, Councillor Butland.
A recorded vote has been called for on the postponement. Councillor Turco?
For.
Councillor Fata?
For.
Councillor Christian?
Against?
Councillor Krampadich?
For.
Councillor Hupinen?
Against.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Against.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Against.
Councillor Romano?
For.
Councillor Nero?
Against.
Councillor Bruni?
Against?
Councillor Myers?
Against.
Councillor Butland?
Against?
Mayor Provenzano?
Against.
The motion fails. We now proceed to have the vote on the main motion. A recorded vote was also asked for. Councillor Butland?
For.
Councillor Myers?
For.
Councillor Bruni?
Against?
Councillor Nero?
For.
Councillor Romano?
Against.
Councillor Shoemaker?
For.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
For.
Councillor Hupenin,
For.
Councillor Krampadich,
Against.
Councillor Christian,
For.
Councillor Fata,
Against.
Councillor Turco,
Against.
Mayor Provenzano.
For.
The motion passes.
So, council, we're moving on in our agenda.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we can now move to the consent portion of the agenda.
Okay, we're in consent. Okay, council, we're in consent right now, so are there any items? Councillor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. 6.8.
Okay.
The Steelton Senior Center relocation. I'd like to call on Ms. Virginia McLeod, Manager Recreation and Culture. I think, oh, there she is. I thought she left the building. Okay, thank you. Virginia, thank you for your report, and I know it's been since, and I've forgotten a few things since October. Can you, a couple of short questions, Mr. Acting Mayor, if you allow me. The first question would be, can you just recap a little bit exactly what we're doing with the Steelton Senior Center? And that's a pretty well a done deal, correct, Virginia?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Turco. We've had the opportunity to meet with the library staff as well as form a working group with the seniors from the Steelton Senior Center that's had an opportunity to provide input with regards to the plan. So right now, as you can see in your package, we're looking at providing a shared space. There'll be a section that'll be set aside for programming, for 55-plus programming, as well as a large common area, and then a library collection. The SR Community Room, which is currently utilized by the library for programming, will still continue to provide that programming, as well as being utilized for community programming and seniors programming throughout the week.
Thank you. Follow up or two, one or two. The impact you mentioned about that moving to the Northern Community Center. Has there been any reaction, and is there going to be an impact from people leaving that center?
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Turco. We've met with a working group, and again, we do have some of the seniors that are representing the working group here this evening. They have been wonderful to work with, and I think everybody's excited about the move, just because it's going to provide a larger accessible space for the seniors to do their programming, and there's going to be a lot more opportunities. So I don't anticipate that we're going to have a lot of seniors that are going to be not participating in that programming. We're hoping that we'll be able to gain new seniors with the relocation because we're going to be servicing a larger area.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad to hear you have the working group. The final question is, what's the plan for the building at the, I don't know if you can answer this or not, a very historical building in Steelton. I think it was Councilor Butler, was it Steelton Municipal Hall many years ago? You don't go that far back, I don't know. But also the library, I think I remember that. So what's the plan for the building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Turco. Upon moving the Steelton Senior Center to the Northern Community Center, I would anticipate that the city would put the center up for sale at that point.
Really? Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Turco.
No, that's it. I had three
Sorry,
questions.
go ahead, Councillor Fata. I apologize.
Actually,
is it on the same issue as Councillor Turco's on here? Councillor Butland.
The library board is here, and I think there are some folks who wish to speak to this. From the Steelton, yes or no? No?
I don't think there are, Councillor Butland.
They're not. They're just listening.
Yeah.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. On the same issue, Councillor?
Please.
Go ahead, Councillor Fata.
Just one question. My concerns are with this dividing wall, and I'm just not sure. And I know that some thought went into that. But with the amount of usage that the West End Library is getting, and we're reducing that space quite a bit, I guess I'm just asking that question, and I'm sure a lot of thought went into it, but maybe we could have some comments about that, and whether it seems the idea of creating a wall, whether that's a good idea. I'm sure some thought was put into it, but I'm seeing that as being a negative rather than a positive. Can you just comment on that, please?
So are you gonna comment on that, Ms. McLeod?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, and if you wanted to too, Roxanne, you're welcome to. I thought the question was directed at staff.
Yeah, well, both.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata. We did put a lot of thought into what we needed to ensure that programming can continue. There were a number of factors that we did take into consideration. We looked at a variety of options for creating some type of delineation between the spaces. Currently, the library right now uses shelving to delineate their spaces from common area to the teen and children's area. So working with our seniors group, we really had to take a look at the types of programming that we do offer at that center. So, we do a number of different programs, from sewing to painting classes. Those programs get set up the night before. So currently, with our staffing complement of 1.52 full-time equivalent, staff set up the night before so that the programs are ready to go in the morning. They start at 10, programs usually start at 10:30, and there could be up to 3 or 4 programs beginning in that morning time frame. So with the relocation, the SR Community Room obviously is available to the public throughout the evening, as well as the Northern Community Center. So those spaces are going to have to be set up in the morning. So this delineation of space is going to allow us to set up the program and those activities and leave the materials out on an ongoing basis so that they're ready for the seniors when they come in the morning. Often with the art classes, there's materials that are left out, paintings that are left out to dry that need to have a secure location, as well as, if they're doing sewing and irons are out, you don't want to necessarily have people moving through that space because that could pose a safety issue. So that was kind of some of the thought process as we worked through and looked at all of those programs that we need to be providing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, are you done, Councillor Fata? On the same issue, Councillor Moreno? Go ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps first for, a combination of between Roxanne, and, there you are, and Ms. McLeod. Just referencing, within the report we have, there's a comment that the library board and staff recommend that the space be left open and barrier-free. Great value for both the library and the Steelton Senior Center, maintaining one open and inviting community location. And then I note that of the costs that we are concerned with, so perhaps maybe let's just pause there for Roxanne. So obviously that speaks for itself. The library board feels that the library itself would be able to operate more effectively, or maybe that's, I don't want to put those words in your mouth. You'd be more comfortable not having the barrier.
We would, and I definitely can understand Virginia's concerns. However, we are used to doing this in the public library space. We set up spaces, we set up for programming. We're quite used to having programming set up, and then people just don't go to that area. Even in the children's area, we don't have that issue. So we see it as, it's such a beautiful, inviting space. We see it as welcoming for all groups, and I think having it open would encourage cross between the seniors, not only the seniors coming over into the library and feeling that it's taking use of the library, but also allowing that intergenerational programming that may just happen.
Thank you. And for Ms. McLeod, with respect to the way the matter is presently before us, or the resolution is presently before us, it's looking at taking the 18,600 from the Steelton roof and Steelton parking lot projects. If we were to remove, and I'll get to this, I've got a second part of this question, but if we were to remove the 17,000 privacy wall cost, that wouldn't affect the resolution because we'd still need another. Well, it would somewhat. We wouldn't need the full 18.6 out of the reserve, or the fund that was there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, yes, we would still need the funds there, but we'd also have to then look at some type of delineation of space. So regardless of whether it's the privacy wall that's there, we worked with the designers to make sure that it was cohesive and in keeping with the space as is. We did initially start looking at different types of partitions that you use in office space to create that space separation, and they just wouldn't have kept with the look and feel. So that's why we started moving to something that felt like it belonged in that space. And we worked with, getting ideas from the original design group. But again, we'd have to look at something. So, the 17 would come out, but we'd be looking at having to put an additional amount in its place to separate those spaces.
Okay, so I guess that kind of presupposes the next question, but I should have asked in a different order. Given the library board's concerns that they've raised of having it be more of an open space, do you not feel that we could even start on a temporary basis at the outset of leaving it open and seeing how it functions, seeing how it works as one open sort of cohesive space? And then if there's concerns, we could always look at putting up the wall, the privacy wall as is noted here, because I would agree the glass probably makes sense given the current sort of dynamics or the way the structure is currently built. But could we look at doing that down the road and see how it works for now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, we did, like I mentioned, we did have a working group, so we did look at a number of options. I know from the seniors' perspective, having that wall is very important for a number of reasons. That separation, again, there's equipment that's left out overnight. So as the library is talking about wanting to be able to have it free flowing and people moving into that space, that there's materials that are left out, painting supplies, quilting materials, those are left out. So it's not going to become that free flowing space. The difference is approximately 1,250 square feet. Those common areas that are in there, we talked about how that programming can flow, and that there could be library programming and seniors programming taking place in that common area. So that's allowing that free flow and those opportunities for intergenerational programming to exist as you move through the space, as the seniors move into the space out through that area. It would be hard because I think you'd have to have a break in programming again. So at some point you'd have to stop activities at that center in order to look at moving it there. And we'd still have to look at something temporarily to try to delineate spaces. Currently, like I had mentioned, the library does use shelving to delineate it. So we'd have to look at something that way, I think.
So from in your opinion and based on what the working group determined, you need some kind of a buffer?
Correct. Okay. It also provides a bit of a sound barrier too, because some of the programs that do take place require a quieter room. We do have the SR room that can be utilized, but you could have multiple programming going on at the same time. So, up to 3 to 4 programs. The active living components will be taking place in the northern, like in the turf area, but there'll be multiple programs happening in those spaces. And some of them, if the ladies are playing bridge or there's bingo going on, they like to have it a little bit quieter, or they need to make sure people aren't running through the spaces as they're doing their programs.
Okay, but we could certainly look at something different, perhaps, than something more of a temporary nature than the glass wall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, yes, we could look at something more temporary. We did investigate those options. And again, they were, as the committee had looked at them and we talked about them, they didn't seem to meet the needs of what the committee was asking from the seniors' perspective. And Jerry had put up his hand at the back. I'm not sure if he wanted to make comment on behalf of our working committee.
Jerry, would you like to come up here and introduce yourself and comment on this? Well, then you'd be a good guy to have in the committee.
I talk a lot with people there, let's put it this way, being involved as much as I am. The only thing that keeps the elders young is being busy. I'm sorry, but it's not reading. That puts you back in bed. I listen to them, they like the privacy. When they're talking, kibitzing, they'll talk about me, they'll talk about you, each other, don't matter. but they can laugh. They don't have people watching them, what they're laughing about. They totally enjoy it. It gets them enthused and happy and gives them that vitality type of thing. And it is so important. It's not going to happen overnight, but if you can make it a place for just a few of them to be happy, keep them out of bed, keep them active. That is so important. My goodness, you all have parents or had them, whatever. You need something to do, something to have fun with, to kibitz with type of thing. My wife's involved in there all the time when she knits or sews or whatever, and it is so important. You've got a chance here to start something and try to get it to grow. But they need the privacy also, and they also need the room. Like, it's so important.
Okay, so, sorry, sir, just for the record, you were on the committee that went through these different options and talked about them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm on the committee at the Sault Center.
Well, thank you for your volunteerism in that respect. Virginia, so is it fair to say that with respect to this partition wall, like did the committee really go through a lot of different options and have a lot of discussion around this?
To you, Mr. Mayor. We looked at a number of different options to present. Some of them were didn't provide kind of the need to have that secured space because, like as I mentioned, there are a number of program materials that are left out on a regular basis that can't be touched. So the committee was very, originally we were looking at a partition wall. The committee really did want something that was more structurally sound than just movable partitions. So that's originally where we started. But the need to have that more permanent wall came through the committee and through their conversations at the Steelton Senior Center.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a comment you wanted to make?
I think like the library has already covered how they feel and the value that they see with keeping the space open. I did want to mention that the library is a busy place. It encompasses all ages, and I think it's just of great value to have it that open space, that open, inviting location.
Councillor Romano?
Just last question for Roxanne. With respect to when we proposed this idea a number of months ago, the idea was that we could still have a functioning library in the West End through the Northern Community Centre. Based on the proposal as it is with this glass partition wall, and the reduction to the 1,100 square feet or so that are noted, and I trust you've reviewed all of this report. Do you feel that the library will still be able to offer essentially the same, I mean, obviously not the same, but essentially the same level of service that it did before in terms of not only offering books, but the programming?
I think, no, to be honest, I don't. I think when we combine the spaces, we're offering a better space. Libraries today are not just about books. Books are, it's not, we're known for books, but we're public space. We are one of the only places in our community that offers a free public space where people can gather. So all of this space that we're looking at that won't have access except the seniors, which are a vital part of our community, we know that. If they're not part of the seniors group, but they're a senior, we have seniors that come to our library that don't consider themselves seniors. So if they don't go there, they're missing out on that section.
I think what Councillor Romano is asking, though, is do you still feel like you're going to be able to provide library services in this space?
Oh, definitely we'll be able to provide library services. I think we'd be better off with having an open area, having that whole section open to not only the seniors but also library users. But yes.
And what I'm really after there's a lot of residents in the West End who are concerned that this move is going to cost them. It's not just again the ability to go get a book. It's there's more to it, as you well know, and you've definitely said to us a number of times in the past. It's all of the other programming and aspects of what the library offers for children, for seniors, and for all the individuals in between and groups in between. Can we still offer those services to people in Ward 6 specifically and in the West End?
Absolutely. Yes, we will have.
With or without this partition wall?
I feel very strongly, and so does the board, that it would be a better offer to the residents of Ward 6 without the partition.
And then my last question for Ms. McLeod again, sorry. This partition wall, if I understand correctly from the photo, we're talking about the wall that separates the 1,101 square foot on the far left top corner of the blueprint to the 1,219 square feet? Is that where the partition wall goes? I'm just, maybe I'll.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano. If you look on your diagram, the blue section in the bottom left-hand corner, which is indicated the 1,256 square feet, that is the section where the partition wall will separate that from the 1,146 square foot common area. So as people move through the facility, they're going to be entering in past the staff, which will be greeting them and directing them and moving them through the space. And then the last corner will be where the programming will be taking place for the 55 plus and over.
Is there any particular way that we might be able to accommodate a happy medium? Like, is it possible that the more private area that, forgive me, your name, sir, forgot, Jerry, had referenced, which is clearly very important, but there seems to be two very important competing interests here. Is there another space within the layout where that might be able to be accommodated, more of that private area where they could have those private discussions and not, and is that possible, very simply put?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, we did look at a number of options. The only private space really would be the SR room, which is also utilized for library programming. So they do a number of programs, which I did indicate in the report, now out of that room. And we want to make sure that we're able to accommodate those programs so that they are able to continue. And some of those programs happen at the same time as seniors programs, which would mean we'd need to have that other space. And as I mentioned, there's multiple programs happening at any one time. So we did look at different options. You know, this allowed for that common transitional area between the two spaces so that everybody could kind of be flowing and moving through the facility. One of the other benefits, too, of this change in operating model is we're actually going to have the SR community room available on a more readily basis for the community. Because the Northern Community Center's operating hours during peak season are kind of from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., it's actually going to allow for an additional 47 hours of programming outside of what's happening at the current time.
Okay. So I guess then in conclusion, at the end of the day, what we're here to vote on is the 18.6, which I'm definitely in favor of. This discussion, though, can continue between, obviously, the seniors and the library board to how we might be able to get a more efficient, this isn't written in stone, this blueprint, so to speak, is what I'm.
We'd be approving this tonight. That's not to say that if the library and the senior center and city staff came up with a different option, but we would be approving this. We would be authorizing staff to go and do this.
Okay. So as long as I'm clear on that, I'd be happy with that, yes.
Okay, anybody else on this topic? Councilor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Virginia. I know Councilor Bruni and I have gotten some questions, probably Councilor Fata as well, about using the field at the West End Community Center for walking during the, more often as people do, the SR Center. Will the changes here in programming and in the layout provide that opportunity at the West End Community Center?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker. Currently, the walking is offered 3 days a week, and that's in part because the community center staff currently opens the facility. Now that we're going to be able to have staffing on site, that is hopefully going to expand the walking program at the Northern Community Center and, you know, increase those opportunities.
Okay.
The exciting part about this, there are days where a big part of this building isn't used, but now that it's going to be staffed, we'll be able to use this building every day for most of the day.
That's good, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay, thank you, Virginia. Any other, are you on that matter, Councilor Bruni?
Yeah, just a concern. I just don't want staff to come back and say that the only way the constituents, taxpayers can use that field if they have a maintenance officer or someone working at the McMeekin Center. And that's the only time they can have it open. So
I think that's what you're saying, seeing now, Councilor Bruni?
Yes, it is.
And I think that that's what you won't see anymore.
Well, hopefully somebody from Virginia's,
So Virginia, Councilor Bruni's concern is, once we locate the senior center into this space and we're fully occupying it, is it going to be more convenient for the community to access and use the space?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. We do anticipate that we'll be able to increase the amount of walking and the active living programs that are available. We've looked at a number of options that we're going to be able to do kind of during the day. And, whether the walking is taking place on a full field or half a field, we are hoping that will increase that opportunity.
Okay, any other matters on the consent agenda, Council? Councilor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple items. 6.7, the Innovation Center lease. Through you to the Director of Engineering, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, the lease, which is an attachment to the bylaw, says that the rent per year is, I don't know, 74, 76,000, something like that per year here at the Civic Center. Is that new revenue for the city?
And it's Mr. Elliott that you're directing the question to.
What was I saying,
You
McConnell?
said Mr. McConnell.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Elliott.
Mr. Mayor to Councilor Shoemaker, I did author the report, but the negotiations, et cetera, were done by Deputy CEO Girardi, so I'll pass you over to him.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Girardi.
Councillor, yes, that is new revenue.
Okay, good.
Okay.
That's it on that
On
issue.
that same matter, go ahead, Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. With regards to, again, the same matter, innovation lease, I think in the report, it was saying something about the rent's going to offset any, I guess, operational costs. But will there be some renovations taking place? And if so, who will be paying for the renovations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, there is renovations, and the SMIC will be paying for those renovations, and our men are going to be doing, our carpentry crew are going to be doing the work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on that item? On that item, Councillor Fata?
I have kind of a question.
Do you have a question for real, though?
Well, the thing
It's
is...
kind of a question. It always considers when you say kind of a
maybe
question.
for the CAO, but we're going through a review right now. I'm just wondering how that impacts what's going on here.
Mr. Ver, either Mr. Horseman or Mr. Ver can speak to it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata. The lease terms do allow for exits and do allow for modifications, so that's all been considered as part of this. We think regardless of what the outcomes of that review would be, that the location to City Hall is an appropriate one, or to the Civic Center is an appropriate one, and that's a view that we've had shared with SMIC and with the EDC.
Thank you. On the same topic, Councillor Shoemaker?
Actually, I'm wondering if we have quorum.
Mr. Clerk, we have 7.
6, 7.
I think we do.
We
Yeah?
do? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it was 8 for some reason, so.
I'm 8.
You're 8, okay.
Yeah.
I have
We have a
other
majority.
questions.
We have a majority of council.
Okay.
There's 7 of the 12 of you here.
Yes, okay. I've got other questions on other matters.
Okay, so that matter, we're going to move past if no one else has any questions on that. So, Councillor Shoemaker, if you keep this up, we'll lose quorum.
6.10, the renewal of insurance, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city solicitor. City solicitor, I asked you this week, or, well, I guess it's Monday, so probably late last week. Do you know what our biggest, if you can call it that, insurance payout has been in the last, say, decade?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, I reviewed that with our risk manager, and anything that's under the deductible, we try and negotiate. And there was a period where we had a deductible of $50,000, and I can tell you pretty frankly that many of those settled very close to that 50. Now the deductible is $75,000, so we're always down for the first 75. And thereafter, that's the insurer's concern. So I can't tell you, I can tell you that currently the settlements we have under the deductible mostly are very, very nominal, as the report suggests. And over the deductible, we're required to pay the first 75, And it's hard to give you a straight answer on that right now because we're with a new insurance company, so we don't have access to the old. But it is something that I know it's an interest of yours, and I have our risk manager putting together some more data, so I will provide that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess, you know, the question that I'd like to eventually figure out is whether it makes more sense to go to a self-insured system. If we're just paying the deductible on these in any event, should we perhaps be putting the principal amount that we're paying for the policy aside and insure ourselves, as long as we could get to a point where there was enough in a pot that if we ever had a significant claim,
That's a high, that's a high-risk proposition, Councillor Shoemaker.
Well, that's why I think the data would be helpful
you-
on how much we've paid out in the past.
You would need the data to be able to make that decision.
For sure.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
would agree with you.
Is that data we can ultimately get?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, I did actually canvass that sort of conceptually with the risk manager without actually having the data in front of us. And a couple of cautions that I would just offer preemptively. One, we cannot do that for auto insurance. That has to be third-partied out, and that's a big chunk of what we pay. And albeit a staggering premium that we pay, it's consistent. You know, it's not variable. We know exactly what we're paying year after year. So like the mayor suggested, we can do that project. That's a big project. We can do it and get actual criteria for it, but those two elements won't change, the auto and the consistency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so anybody else on that matter? Seeing none, Councillor Shoemaker, keep going.
6.9, traffic operations study, second line east. Mr. McConnell, got your name right this time. Mr. McConnell, we had a couple budgets ago, I think, approved a review of the official plan for the portion of second line from Great Northern Road to Black Road, and I believe that was to review all the entrances and exits and intersections along that stretch of road. What's different with this ask?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, the money is correct. The council had previously approved $30,000, $20,000 of it, which was to be used for a traffic operations study along that section of second line. The remaining $10,000 was to be used for some official plan consultation. That money has not been spent. We did not feel it was wise to go ahead and spend the $10,000, given that the choice to be made was, should we be doing a new official plan? And council recently made the decision, yes, we should be doing a new official plan. What we'd like to do is use that additional $10,000 to expand the scope of the study to include properties on Great Northern Road as well. So it's a much more comprehensive study, and that will give us some guidance. And the property owners who own property on Great Northern Road north of second line, who are currently or may be considering development options as to how to deal with traffic and access onto their properties. So I think it's money well spent. It is not new money to the city. It's previously approved money. And we're asking council's permission to reallocate that $10,000 to bump the $20,000 up to $30,000.
So that sounds good, as long as, to me anyways, as long as what was originally planned, which was the consideration of access and egress to second line between Great Northern Road and Black Road, is still going to be part of this?
That's still part of the work to be done. That's correct.
And when do you anticipate having results for us?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, we expect this to be completed by mid-June.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anybody else on that issue? Seeing none, anything else on the consent agenda, Councillor Shoemaker?
No, thank you.
Okay, anything else on the consent agenda, Council? Councillor Bruni.
Regarding 6.11, the Strathclair parking.
The lights?
Yes.
I think, is that Virginia McLeod? Ms. McLeod, are you answering questions on that?
Yeah, I guess just a very simple one. Having a lighted field at Strathclair complex would allow the league to accommodate all of the games at one complex without increasing the number. and they're saying, because the two other sites that they use is North Street and Elliott Park. So does that mean that these two facilities won't be used then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. We have several leagues that operate slow pitch, so it'll allow us to shift the different leagues around so that the one league, our major one, would be able to play the majority of its games at that site, which will especially ease up things on tournament weekends so that they can have one central hub available at that location.
Okay, so North Street and Elliott won't be eliminated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, that is correct.
Yep, okay.
Is that it? Anybody else on that item? Okay, Councillor Butland, do you have something on the consent agenda?
Yes, just one, Mr. Mayor, 6.3 on closed captioning.
Okay.
Appreciate the report from Mr. Cochamilio and a response from Shaw Cable. And thanks to Councillor Shoemaker. He's moving it, and I'm seconding it. Be it resolved that staff report back on whether closed captioning for council meetings can be funded through our existing budget or through other outside funding. And certainly we're of the same mind on this one. I don't know if the city can involve themselves, but the Accessibility Committee, Councillor Turco, we can bring it up with that group, may participate, maybe the Canadian Hearing Society, and potentially Shaw Cable. I should tell you that when this was brought up at the Accessibility Committee, they were very excited and moved and were so appreciative, and they'd be awfully disappointed if we don't get there, but I appreciate the limitations, so I appreciate the resolution.
So maybe we can take the resolution, we'll deal with it after we get out a consent agenda, but if you can give it to the clerk so he can see it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So any other matters on consent, council? Seeing none, if we can have a vote on the consent agenda? All in favor? Consent agenda is carried. Do you want to deal with that motion now, Mr. Clerk? Oh, was a motion to amend that? So we would, I didn't get that from what Councillor Butland said.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'll sort out how to work on that while we deal with 8.2.
Okay, okay, so let's move to 8.2 and then the clerk will deal with that.
Item 8.2, customer service training for all frontline staff, a motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Christian. Whereas many city staff are dealing with residents on a frequent and often daily basis, and whereas it is important that residents are receiving the proper information in a professional manner, and whereas customer service training can assist city staff in managing a variety of issues they face when dealing with residents, now therefore be it resolved that all city staff who are dealing with residents on a frequent basis, whether in person, on the phone, or by email, are given customer service training to assist them in their daily interactions.
Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, this is your motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Just a clerical issue. Councillor Christian's not here. Councillor Hollingsworth has agreed to second it, given his absence. I would like to speak to this. We get calls from residents after, many times after they've attempted to deal with whoever it is that they're requesting assistance from directly, and if it doesn't go well, they turn to us to handle their issue. So we occasionally hear anecdotes of the type of interaction that was had between a resident and a staff member. It's probably, out of the 10,000 calls that I'm sure happen all the time, we only hear about the bad ones, unfortunately. So I'm sure that there are thousands that go without issue, but there is the occasional time where we get the anecdote of customer service issue that wasn't handled properly. So I think this is simply a way of ensuring that residents are satisfied, obviously. Not just that, but that staff is properly trained in being able to deal with those issues as they arise before they elevate to the point that someone's calling us with an unpleasant story.
Okay. So we have Councillor Bruni and then, Councillor Bruni. I'll make a list.
Yeah, what's the cost of this? Are we going out to hire a firm for this type of training?
So the question is there cost? What's the cost? We'll have the CAO answer that or direct it to whom he sees fit.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will send it to the Director of Human Resources, but I do need to, before doing that, reiterate, but there is already customer training that's provided to employees. I would agree that there has been some times where you have somebody that's been responding with the public that has made inappropriate comments, et cetera. We work with that in terms of employee performance levels, but there is training that exists. In terms of the cost, there would be costs to enhance that training, which it seems is the desire of council, but I look to the director to comment further, Director of Human Resources, in terms of training generally and customer service training in particular.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. So historically, the CEO is correct. Through OMI, which is the Ontario Municipal Management Institute, we've conducted customer service training at least since I've been employed here for the 14 years. It is a costly endeavor. You're looking at between $3,000 and $5,000 per day for a facilitator to come in and train or orient 25 to 30 employees at a time. So certainly resources and funding would be an issue, as we've committed our $12,000 currently to other training that also includes customer service training.
Okay, so Councillor Bruni, that was your question. We have Councillor Hollingsworth next.
Thank you. Question, when you say all staff, out of curiosity, would that include, probably not, but would include parking, meter parking individuals that go along Queen Street? And the reason I ask, because they are the face of City Hall as well.
Yeah, that's a contracted service. I'll let the Commissioner of Human Resources speak to that, but that's a contracted service. They're not employees of the corporation. So I don't believe they would receive any of our training.
Okay, could there potentially?
I think you have to appreciate the dynamics of this. You're putting, as Councillor Bruni rightfully points out, you're putting forward a motion that's going to have budget implications here without really asking for a report back from staff on those budget implications. So if you're now talking about training people who are not even our staff, there's going to be a more significant budget implication of that.
Okay. That's fair. Just can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Just talking about my past experience working in CIBC, I can appreciate what you're suggesting, the cost, but I'm also can appreciate there's a lot more affordable programs out there. So I know that you'll probably be looking at all sorts of different programs that are within our own budget of less than what you suggested. Thank you.
Councillor Hupinen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let it be known that this isn't a negative approach that we're doing here. It's a positive one. I think customer service is something that everybody has to be reminded about occasionally. I know I'm in the service industry, and I think it's super important that it's good management to train our staff so that they are aware of what good customer service is. So I'm all for it, and I could probably use some. So if there's any sessions, I'd be happy to sit in. Thank you, that's all.
Councillor Krampotic.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano. Just a couple more questions. No, I think Mr. Nero answered the questions, but so I want to be specific. Who's going to be doing the training? When is it going to be happening, and what will be the total cost?
Okay. I don't think they'd have an answer for that now, Councillor Krampotic. They wouldn't have. This is the first they're really seeing this motion, so staff wouldn't be able to answer that. Do you want to give some clarity as to the intention of the motion, Councillor Shoemaker?
It seems that there's some interest in getting those answers. Perhaps we could have a report on that.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment. We got Shoemaker and Hollingsworth, so you're agreeable with that. So then we're going to amend the motion that you're going to ask for a report back on how this would take place and what the cost of it would be.
Precisely.
Okay, so that being the case, do we have any more questions on that? Councillor Fada?
Whether we're talking $1,000 or $5,000, is there a training session required for politeness, patience, and respect of the customer? I think the easiest solution is simple. The supervisor reprimands the employee. End of conversation.
Okay, so the clerk is going to just kind of read out the motion as amended, as the clerk sees it, and then we'll vote on that. This is a friendly amendment by the mover and the seconder.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, obviously the whereas clauses wouldn't be affected. In the operative clause, it would be now therefore be it resolved that all city staff who are dealing, that's
Senior staff.
All right.
Report back.
That senior staff report back on providing training for all city staff who are providing customer service training on all city staff, for all city staff who are dealing with residents on a frequent basis, as worded. I won't bother reading the rest of it, but and the cost, including the cost. Yeah.
So we're killing our clerk here tonight. If that isn't lost on everybody, all in favor? Carried.
Under agenda item 8.3, change in job evaluation committee for senior management, a motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Hollingsworth. Whereas the job evaluation committee sets the pay grade for any new hires or new job classifications, and whereas the job evaluation committee is made up of city staff trained in the job evaluation system, and whereas it would be possible under the current system that members of the job evaluation committee would be setting the pay grade for their superiors, now therefore be it resolved that staff report to council on using an independent group, agency, or committee to evaluate the pay grade for any new hire or any new job classification where such new hire or new job classification would be at a considered senior management position or higher.
Point out to council that this is a request for a report back. So, but in any event, that being the context, do we have any questions on the motion? Do you feel the need to speak to this motion, Councillor Shoemaker? I only say this because we're 6 minutes away from approaching our limit in our procedural bylaw.
I'll just say we had an education session recently where this came to light, that it could be that that the HR evaluation committee or the job evaluation committee could be determining the grade for a position senior in rank to them. So I think this is just a request to see if we can rectify that situation.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried.
Agenda item 8.4, call center training pilot program, a motion by Councillors Butland and Christian. Whereas the city's two main call centers, Ajero and Sutherland, operate continuously without a full staff complement, and whereas both unemployment and social assistance numbers are at high levels, now therefore be it resolved that the city's Human Resources Department and other relevant staff coordinate a meeting with representatives from the following: EDC, DSAB, Sioux Community Career Center, Adult Learning Center, Ajero, Sutherland, Sioux College, Ministry of Advanced Education and Skills Development, to discuss potential to initiate a pilot training program 4 to 6 weeks for prospective employment candidates for the call centers. And be it further resolved that a report be tabled for council's consideration as to costing, practicality, most appropriate program operator, funding sources, and potential efficacy of the program.
Councillor Butland, we're going to let you go with this.
Councillor Christian, it was not feeling well, had to leave. I appreciate Councillor Hollingsworth will second the resolution.
Okay.
Some people would say, well, that's not the mandate of City Council, but when you see the two main call centers never have worked with a full complement and need I think they need scores of people to work. Our social assistance roles are increasing, and I said, boy, that's incongruous. They can't fill the positions, and there are all kinds of people available. But I should know, when you talk call centers, there is sensitivity to it, and I'm aware of that. But I have talked to all of these people in the resolution, and all of them are quite supportive. In fact, I received a call from Sutherland out of Windsor saying, hey, good luck. I hope this will pass. And I talked to Mr. Nero, our Human Resources, and say, well, that's not our mandate, but employment should be our mandate. And asked him to facilitate the process. The training is done internally by the call centers. It was done by an adult training center, and obviously there hasn't been great success. The turnover is very, very great, and you say, well, what is the issue? And I was thinking, if we take the training out of that environment and give them a different approach, and I'll take a second just to acknowledge our folks at the Sault Community Career Center that are featured in Municipal World. Not very often do we get acknowledged or Sault Ste. Marie recognized in Municipal World. It is the provincial magazine, and they've initiated a new program that is eminently successful for those chronically unemployed and just unemployed, and this is being adopted, pardon me, right across the province. So they were said, yes, we're very willing to help. So it's to take a new approach, a fresh approach, and give these people perhaps a fresh look at a call center. And I took the opportunity to tour Sutherland, and they were very gracious. And the reality is the call center environment occupation is not for everybody. I think we would accept that. But if we can give them an approach, different approach that has been used in the past, and use it as a motivational factor, you know, go from here, from just accepting to perhaps going out and doing things. The wages is another setback.
Councillor Butland, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to
well, I'll
wind
be
you down
30
here.
seconds, so I hope we won't have to vote for the 30 seconds. Anyway, the wage, there's full benefits. There are bonuses in place for those who can do well. So I think we owe it to the community. If we spend money to introduce the program, we may save money in the social services role. I think it's worth an attempt at addressing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We've got a list of 4 here to speak to this
Oh,
motion.
sorry.
Yeah, so
It wasn't
before
aware.
we do, we have to move under the procedure bylaw to extend our meeting. I'll leave that to the clerk.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it would be a motion to suspend the rules of procedure to allow continued debate. It does need to pass by a 2/3 majority, which with our present quorum would be 8.
Okay, all in favor? Do we need to move?
A mover and seconder.
Christian, so we had Romano put up his hand up first and Shoemaker second. All in favor? So you carried that. Okay, so next on the list I have Hollingsworth. Councillor Hollingsworth, do you want to speak to this motion? Go ahead.
I do. I just want to comment and give you some examples where this has already been happening in our community by Mr. Mike Nadeau very successfully. He has implemented at least 3 programs to my knowledge that started about 3-4 years ago with great success. And so I just want to give you these examples. Example 1, it started as a very small pilot project 3 years ago, which I was involved with, which was called the Community Garden. We took several people that were unemployed, and thanks to the partner of Sault College and other partners, we were able to train them on woodworking. And they actually created the community garden. They ended up with a certificate showing that they have woodworking skills, resulting in them going into woodworking. Because of that successful small pilot project, other programs started called Stitch Co., where we trained ladies to sew and create bags. And those individuals became employed in making bags and selling bags. It sounds like a small step, but it was a successful step, which has brought Mike Nadeau to other larger projects, taking those unemployed. And I can speak from experience talking with these individuals that were on unemployment. They want to receive new training. And once you do, you are giving back them their independence, and they want to feel confident again. And some of these individuals have been out of the job market for a bit, and they need to have that confidence brought back. And with the right trainers in place, which I know Mike Nadeau from DSAP would make sure we have the right people involved, and call centers, these individuals, I think, would add a lot of value to call center environment. And last piece is that my first job after university was working for CIB Securities Inc. in a call center environment. And it's a wonderful, clean environment where you do learn a lot. And I think it's an excellent pilot project that I feel with Mike Nadeau and others involved, we will see some positive results.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Councilor Romano.
Very simply to our Director of HR, Mr. Nero, is this something that we can do? I'm not sure if it's more, maybe even just in part for Councillor Butland. I'm not sure if we're asking for whether or not we can do it, or if we're just going to do it and then look for a report as to how we would go about doing it. But I'm thinking each of these companies probably have their own HR departments, so I'm just wondering how that would function. Or are we asking, maybe for Councillor Butland first, are we asking that we first look at whether we can, or are we asking that we implement the program through the resolution?
Go ahead, Mr. Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councilor Romano. Obviously, it's not why I'm employed with the city. I do internal corporate human resources. That's my main role. That's my main function. If you're asking to facilitate a meeting, I can certainly ask, and I can certainly try to get the players to the table. I think all the comments are very well received and are all very legitimate. I just don't know what kind of a positive impact we can have when clearly the DSAB, through social services, employs employment coordinators that are charged with this very function. And that would make sense that it would stem from them with the community partners and not from corporate HR.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Romano?
Yes, then perhaps to Councillor Butland, is that something that perhaps would require a friendly amendment of the, I'm not sure if
I
it would
would
or
hope
would.
not. I'm just asking to facilitate a meeting. I'm not saying the city should deliver this.
Okay.
Could be DSAB, it could be one of the other operators at the table. And even for Ajero and Sutherland to say, discuss how they do it, and maybe discussion can bring about positive change. So I'm not saying we deliver it, but a roundtable discussion, and maybe something will come of it, maybe something will not come of it.
All right, that clarifies it.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Bruni.
Commenting on Councilor Butland, in the resolution it says, "Be resolved the City Human Resource Department and other relevant staff coordinate a meeting with representatives from the following," and then you list them. So you want our Human Resource Department to organize a meeting. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Then on the bottom it says you want a report to be tabled for council's consideration as costing, practicality, most important program operator, funding sources. Is that correct, Lou?
Yeah. So it is a meeting, but then he wants, the way the motion reads, a report back with all those constituent elements. That's correct.
And he wants our HR to basically run it. That's what I'm getting.
I think he wants our HR to convene the meeting and then report back to us on these topics.
Yeah, I don't know if it's our HR's department that is their mandate to do this. I mean, we do have social services. Maybe a letter from our mayor directed to social services to orchestrate a meeting with what Mr. Butland has presented here.
I think Mr. Butland was pretty keen on this specific motion being in front of us, which is why it's here.
That's fine then.
Councilor Nero?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess in the same topic, my question was, after this was reported in the media, I did get some feedback from one of the people who read this, and I think it was interpreted, I don't know how widely, but that it's a city looking for a city program to do some training for private sector, and I understand that's not the case here, but we need to be clear on what we're asking HR to do. If we're asking HR to make a few phone calls and pull these organizations together to talk about a training program that they are going to put together, that's one thing. But if we're talking HR to do more than that, I think that's another.
I think the motion speaks for itself. But it's clear that in the first part, Councillor Butland wants a meeting to convene. In the second part, Councillor Butland would like the Commissioner of Human Resources, Mr. Neer, to report back to us on these constituent elements. I don't think there's much confusion over what's being asked for.
Well, I think if you read the last, the resolved part, it's tabled for council's consideration for cost, and you put cost in there, and then it's interpreted as this is, council's making a decision on spending some money on training. But it's clear now, we're not going to spend any money.
No.
On this item, and we're just looking to pull together some people to find out what the best way to go with some training for. That's it. I have no problem with that. I just thought it needed to really be clarified.
Yeah, you want the community at large to know that their tax dollars are not going to go to subsidize private sector.
Absolutely.
Private sector training. And I would agree that that's not something we should be getting into.
That's not the intent of this resolution.
So, in that case, Councillor Butland, do you need your last paragraph?
Not really.
So,
Whole concept, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, is to facilitate this meeting.
If the motion, so Councillor Butland, Councillor Hollingsworth, would you be agreeable to the motion reading without the last paragraph? If that's the case, Councillor, can we vote on that? Sure. All in favor? Carried. As amended.
Under agenda item 8.5, which is a notice of motion, so it'll be read only. It's a motion by Councillor Butland. Whereas Sault Ste. Marie produces twice the energy required to service the community, and this excess is transmitted by the grid to the rest of Ontario with little positive consequence to the residents of Sault Ste. Marie. And whereas the Upper Peninsula of Michigan is deficient in present and pending energy requirements and are presently considering options to address the issue, and whereas one option could be to transmit excess energy from Ontario to Michigan across the border, which could be mutually beneficial to both jurisdictions. Now therefore be it resolved that Council requests the PUC to commission a study on the viability of erecting the required transmission lines with consideration of costing, environmental issues, international agreements, potential sales of this excess energy, and willingness of provincial, state, and federal jurisdictions to cooperate in such an initiative. This motion will be considered by Council should it receive a seconder at the next Council meeting. Mr. Mayor, members of Council, in looking at Councillor Shoemaker's and Butland's motion regarding closed captioning, I think it's fine as a standalone motion, as the original report was just an information item, so it doesn't need to necessarily amend that existing motion. This motion would be a motion by Councillor Shoemaker and Butland. Be it resolved that staff report back on whether closed captioning for council meetings can be funded through our existing budget or through other outside funding.
We're voting on that. All in favor? Carried.
This brings us to the bylaw section of the agenda. Council, just for your information on the bylaw that is enacting the lease arrangement with the Innovation Center for the 6th floor. There needs to be a date change on that, and it would commence not April 1st, but May 1st. So we will make that adjustment on it, but just so you're clear on what you are approving. I have a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Bruni. Resolved that all bylaws listed under item 11 of the agenda and addendum under date 2017-0206 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
Excuse me. Under agenda item 13, closed session, I have a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Bruni. Resolved that this council proceed into closed session to discuss two matters concerning acquisition or disposition of land, McNabb Street area and Peoples Road, and one item concerning employee negotiations. Further be it resolved that should said closed session be adjourned, that council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same matters without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? Carried.
And a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Fata resolved that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? Carried.